burning and burning and burning and burning. Here we are. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting of May 7th. What do they say? April showers, spring May flowers. So I see the tulips are up just outside the door. We have a published agenda that was on our website. So good morning, council. Good morning, staff. Good morning, gallery guests. Good morning, Chris, and good morning those that are watching from home. So from that, we will stand and sing our national anthem, which is "O Canada." Mike. Oh yes, I've been rusty. I haven't been here for a couple. So we do have a draft agenda here, but I will say just before I start, we're sort of in a high anxiety time of the year because the Toronto Maple Leafs are in the second round. So hang on to your hats, and it's going to be an emotional roller coaster, no doubt. All right, so we have an agenda here. That's the draft agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda? Seeing none, would somebody care to move? Moved by Deputy Mayor Nielsen, second by Councillor Allwood. Discussion, all in favor? That is carried. Since we have approved agenda, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest with regards to council members? Okay, if one does arise, you can declare at that time. Open forum is a portion of our agenda that people can speak to any item on the agenda for 3 minutes. Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome. For you, today, you're looking after our council meeting, so welcome, Danielle. And do we have anybody wishing to speak to any items?
Good morning, Mayor McQueen. Thank you. Through you, we have no registrants for open forum this morning.
Okay. All right, so then moving on then to presentations. We have, I'm going to mess this up, Michael Lacroix, okay, and Jory Pritchard-Kerr. I can't even talk this morning. Jory Pritchard-Kerr. Welcome. And with regards to the strategic plan and fundraising campaign for the Collingwood General and Marine Hospital and Hospital Foundation. So welcome. Come on up to the mic there. We did see your presentation that was on our website, and is procedure Wyatt. You have 10 minutes to do your thing. And welcome. And while you figure that out, I was on the Collingwood Hospital Board from 1994 to 2007, and Jory, you're still at the hospital. Oh, to the end of June, you are retiring. Okay. There is life after work. So welcome.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing us to present today. My name is Michael Lacroix. I'm the President and CEO of the Collingwood General Marine Hospital. I'm joined today by Jory Pritchard-Kerr. She's the President and CEO of our hospital foundation. And the two of us are here today to speak to Tomorrow is Built Today, which is our exciting, ambitious 5-year strategic plan, as well as our state-of-the-art capital campaign fundraiser to build that state-of-the-art hospital for South Georgian Bay. So before we get into talking about tomorrow, let's talk a little bit about today, and we'll start with the service area for CGMH. We service one of the fastest growing regions, not only in the province, but across Canada. And you can see here on the screen and in the slides, all of the different municipalities that we do serve. So the town of Collingwood, town of Wasaga Beach, Clearview Township, the Blue Mountains, and some areas of Grey Highlands, which is why we're here and excited to present today. When we look at our hospital of today and we look at the impact that we're making, all of those volumes, all of the increased growth we're seeing across our region is really translating into the numbers we're seeing through our door. So today we're an 84-bed hospital. We have close to 1,200 CGMH team members. So those are our employees, our physicians, midwives, dentists, as well as our volunteer base. And that is continually growing as well. But all of these additional volumes are putting additional pressures. We saw an 8% increase in our emergency department visits last year. So we're encroaching on 40,000 visits, which is quite a lot for a hospital and a department of our size. We have a very robust surgical program. We see a lot of orthopedic patients. We're an orthopedic center of excellence serving our region, but also beyond our region. And we're seeing a lot of increase in our diagnostic imaging as well. And this is an area of growth, but we're also seeing some net new services that will be added this year. We're going to be getting a new MRI service for the first time, which is an amazing thing for our community. So when we start to look at tomorrow, tomorrow is very exciting, not only for the hospital, but for the South Georgian Bay region. We're going to be moving from an 84-bed hospital to a 132-bed hospital. All of those rooms will be private, designed for enhanced privacy, comfort, and improved infection prevention and control. As part of the 132 beds, we'll have 16 inpatient rehab beds, another new service for our region that'll provide intensive, short-term, and non-specialized rehab for patients with diverse medical needs. We'll have expanded specialty clinics and programs. We'll be able to offer an oncology satellite program. We'll have a new pain management and heart function clinic to address broader range of patient needs. We'll have advanced diagnostics and surgical services. So we'll have more operating rooms, we'll have more diagnostics, and we're very excited to provide more timely care as a result. And then last but not least, this is a very exciting opportunity for us as we are building this new hospital to have an interprofessional education and innovation center. And really, this is going to feature high fidelity simulation labs with cutting edge technologies to help advance healthcare training and collaboration. So we don't just get to tomorrow overnight. There is a process to start building that today. And that's really what our strategic plan is all about. So we have really 3 strategic priorities within our strategic plan. The first is to elevate quality through best practice. So there's some sub-priorities that we have. One is to enhance the patient and family experience. The other is to advance patient safety and access to care. So what does success look like for us? So by 2030, we want to have increased patient and family satisfaction. We want to have met or exceeded all provincial wait time targets, whether they're in the diagnostic imaging area, surgery, or emergency care. We'll have been recognized as a best practice spotlight organization, and we'll have introduced new programs and services. And some of that we're going to be seeing this year with our MRI, as I mentioned earlier. The second main focus of the hospital is to develop a high-performing and inspired team. So some of the focused areas are to help strengthen our culture, to invest in our CGMH team members, and then to also scale up the workforce. We're going to be doubling our workforce over the next decade. So it's a monumental task. So success looks like it by 2030 over the next 5 years is we're going to be having high levels of team engagement and satisfaction. We'll have attracted and retained high-performing and inspired team members. We'll have developed and implemented organizational leadership development programs, looking at things like clinical skill sets, customer service, change management. And last but not least, we'll have developed a robust recruitment strategy for today and for tomorrow. And our final strategic direction is to create capacity. We can't just wait for this new hospital to arrive. It is part of this strategic priority to start to build that new hospital of tomorrow, but we're also looking at expanding existing programs and services in our existing building. So success looks like by 2030, we'll have shovels in the ground for the new hospital. In fact, we'll have that done in 2028, which is very exciting. We'll have increased space for clinical programs and services within the existing hospital, and we'll have expanded key diagnostic services to meet the growing demand and to reduce wait times. So in addition to those three strategic priorities, we also have some foundational commitments. These are things we're not going to forget. These are things that we're going to be continually focused on, and there'll be that lens that we look through as we make those strategic decisions. So at this time, I'm going to ask Jory to come up and talk a little bit more about the capital campaign.
Thank you, Mike. Sorry, I'm not quite as tall as Mike is.
He was bending down.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen and Council for hosting us today. We have an adage at CGMH and the foundation, and it's important. We're out of space, but we are never out of hope. As Mike explained, the strategic plan is designed to help the hospital get through the next 8 years with limited space. Our fundraising campaign for South Georgian Bay's new hospital is about raising the capital that we need to build the hospital of tomorrow. It's a healthcare facility that will serve the people of the community for generations to come. Our new hospital, our vision for our new hospital builds upon the success of CGMH in providing exceptional care to over 70,000 residents and millions of visitors and weekenders who enjoy South Georgian Bay and depend on CGMH for care. As your municipality and so many others like Grey Highlands and Collingwood face difficulty in recruiting physicians, we want you to know that CGMH excels at delivering exceptional medicine in a rural environment. The next regional hospital is an hour away in both directions. And so we are making sure that our teams are trained and ready to handle any emergency. And we're focused on training the next generation of practitioners in the special skills required to provide top-notch medicine with less resources and infrastructure than you would find in larger centers. The new hospital will grow our ability to train with our specialized training and education center. With a larger facility, we can expand our existing programs and build on new programs that will benefit everyone in the region. But as you can expect, this does not come for free. And I know you've been through the process to build the beautiful hospital behind you. We walked in and went, wow. So that's wonderful. A state-of-the-art healthcare facility for South Georgian Bay will cost $1 billion or more. The provincial government will invest money to cover 90% of a construction cost, but they expect the people who will benefit from this new hospital to raise what we call the local share. And I know that you're aware of this. The local share is estimated to be over $100 million to cover non-ministry costs. So 10% of all construction, 100% of all equipment and furnishings, and 100% of site development. Our Tomorrow's Hospital campaign launched publicly in April. It is the most ambitious and most important campaign South Georgian Bay has ever seen, and it will take all of us to successfully reach our goal. So far, we have reached over $65 million, and we expect to blow through the $70 million mark in probably the next 2 weeks, but we still have a long way to go. We know that Grey Highlands residents use CGMH for a number of different services. For example, 8% of the babies who are born at CGMH are residents of Grey Highlands. More than 4% of our surgical daycare cases come from your municipality. And almost 2% of the emergency department patients who attend at CGMH are from Grey Highlands. Communities such as Singhampton and Feversham are far closer to Collingwood than to Owen Sound for major services that can't be found in Markdale or Meaford. So based on that fact that a proportion of your population is relying on CGMH for important healthcare services, we would respectfully ask Council to consider supporting our Tomorrow's Hospital campaign at 0.5% of our goal. So we would like you to consider granting $500,000, which could be spread over a 10-year period. It's the work that we do today as a hospital and as a community that will give us the healthcare facility that South Georgian Bay deserves and needs. As a hospital in a region, we need to make this project our very highest priority. Thank you so much for your time today. I think we stuck to the 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was getting an alert for the deputy clerk, so you were just squeaking in there, so.
So thank you. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, and thank you for that, and thank you for some of those stats. I know from a regional hospital, which Collingwood has become versus just the Collingwood hospital, but from the area that has grown is, you know, Owen Sound, Orangeville, Barrie, Aurelia. So you're probably quite correct in the instance of the hour drive for any other regional hospital in that part. And I just want to make a comment with regards to 8% of the babies born there were from Grey Highlands, because I know that was a change. I'm not sure how long ago back. The Markdale Hospital divulged their part on having a babies born there. So probably 20 plus years probably anyway. So then that has changed a little bit on that regional. Either it's Collingwood, Owen Sound, or Orangeville, probably for the residents of Grey Highlands. In a sense, probably more Owen Sound if the Collingwood Hospital is further away. So that's an interesting part. So how far are you on that on the 100 million? How far along are you on that campaign? Because you mentioned about, because I know you got funding from the province to do the design.
So that is not included in the campaign. That
Okay.
is included in the portion that the province actually funds.
Oh, I
On
see.
the campaign,
Yes.
we're at just over 65 million.
Okay, that's what that was.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. All right. Comments, questions from council members? Councillor Dubé? Well, I wasn't sure. I didn't see something there, but go. We don't need to fight over it, so it's all good stuff. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor then.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. It is exciting to see what's happening in the Collingwood Hospital and obviously to be part of the catchment area. We're past the budget cycle. So the suggestion I would have would be that we have a consideration in the 2026 budget. So given the way it is today, I guess the motion is that the mayor consider a donation to the Collingwood Hospital in the 2026 budget. I'll move that motion.
Okay. I don't know about the mayor, but anyway.
Strong mayor power says
Wow.
it's your budget.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dubik? All right. And obviously over 10 years makes a lot of sense, right? So go ahead, Councillor Dubik.
Thank you. And thank you for that. That was actually going to be my motion as well in terms of, you know, for consideration as we go forward with our budget. So, and thank you so much for coming. You know, it's great, you know, having good healthcare, right, is so important, and there's a growing need. So we do appreciate you coming and sharing your strategy with us. Maybe just one question, and this could be a takeaway. You can provide it to us later. But as you're providing the stats to us, you've provided percentages. If you could also provide sort of the numbers, you know, the actual numbers versus percentages, just so that we do understand the usage from Grey Highlands, you know, to date. I think that's just also helpful for us. Thank you so much.
Sure, we would be happy to do that. We shall send those stats through and it can be distributed. That's great.
In employment too, I don't know if you mentioned that, Ed, but employment, and you're saying you're going to double your employment in the next 20 years or 10 years or whenever that it gets in place. So I think that's an important number as well, right? So, because I know healthcare is well, it's a big payer as far as the income that is, but it's a demand and it is a need. And I know the Owen Sound Georgian College introduced that nursing program locally, and now it's in its third year and going into its fourth year. So you will be seeing graduates of that nursing program coming out next year, which is really good for our region, because then you get locally trained nurses that live here. So that is a big bonus for her. And I know nursing is a challenge. One thing I always remember being on the hospital board and, you know, the relationship to the foundation is it seemed to be Collingwood seemed to have the upper hand in getting doctors, or those that were having part-time privileges, because I guess because of the region that people are retiring to still wanted their, pardon the pun, foot in the door type thing. And that seemed to be a positive thing in the sense. I know Wednesdays was an issue. On Wednesdays there's no doc to be found, but But do you have any comments to that? Because I know that was always something that I remember, that Collingwood, the General Marine Hospital seemed to have that advantage because people wanted to retire here, but still wanted to have their foot in the door.
Yeah, I think we're still seeing that trend. We're seeing some new trends as well. We're very focused on education and training and development. We do have the Rural Ontario Medical Program literally in our building.
Yes.
Actually, they're right across the hall from our offices. And even as yesterday, as an anecdote, a number of soon-to-be doctors are wandering the halls with their preceptors. So we really focus on kind of getting them kind of bought in.
I think from the hospital standpoint, are quite open from your group or the groups that are designing or looking at to have the ability to have a tour of the Markdale Hospital, because it's the latest and greatest thing that's been built. So certainly, take that, do that if you need to, because the one thing that Mayor Measure said was the cleanliness and the white and how easy to clean and all this. I know you've worked on infection control and other things with metals and stuff like that in the Collingwood Hospital, which is probably going to continue to roll out as new design and stuff like that. But I know that was one of the comments that were made. I would suggest that you can use it without having to get medical service here in Markdale Hospital. But if you have medical needs, I'm sure they'll look after you and you have a longer time to view around. Okay, so any other comments? Thank you for coming. The motion is on the floor. Madam Deputy Clerk, do you want to read that, please?
Thank you through you, Mayor McQueen. Before I read it, I did let the deputy mayor know that I did include, just as a housekeeping, to waive the procedure bylaw for this motion, as council is not requesting a staff report in response to delegation. So that the motion reads, moved by Deputy Mayor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Dubik, that council received the delegation from the Collingwood General and Marine Hospital Foundation for information, and that council waives the requirements of section 42.14 of the procedure bylaw, and that council recommend that the mayor consider the funding request for inclusion in his proposed 2026 budget.
I'm not going to blow ourselves. There are other ways than with that budget, but anyway. Okay, any comments to that motion on the floor? Seeing that, all in favor? I just carried. So thank you for coming. Do keep us informed with your stats, and obviously there will be other foundation fundraising events that I think is probably good to forward up this way as well, and we can circulate those. Okay. Yeah, thank you for coming, and good luck with your campaign. Alrighty. All right, so going back to our agenda then, our next presentation is 6.2, impact presentation with regards to the property assessment and tax system. So this has been allocated for 20 minutes, which I guess generally would be a 3, but anyway, good morning and welcome. And you have 20 minutes, and whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Mayor McQueen. First of all,
oh, there you go. Okay, but did you wear those 6 months ago? There's lots of bandwagon.
I think I wore them in 1967, so.
You won't have any bottoms left, but go ahead.
Yeah, I've dated myself here. Well, good morning, Mayor McQueen, council members, municipal staff, and citizens of Grey Highlands. My name is Anthony Fleming. I'm the account manager, Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. And joining me today is Lynn Cunningham, our regional manager. And we support each of the municipalities within Grey and Bruce counties. Today, I want to give you a greater understanding of the property assessment and taxation system and know exactly where you and property owners can go if you have a question. So first of all, there are 4 key players in the property in Ontario's property assessment and taxation system, and we all have different roles and interest in this process. First of all, we have the provincial government, specifically the Ministry of Finance, is responsible for setting the assessment and taxation legislation as well as policies. They also determine the education property tax rate, and there's also an independent body that adjudicates appeals on impacts assessed values, the Assessment Review Board. This also falls under the jurisdiction of the province. MPAC, we are an independent, non-for-profit corporation funded by all Ontario municipalities, and our role is to assess and classify all properties in Ontario, and we do this in compliance with the Assessment Act and regulations set out by the Government of Ontario. We are accountable to the province, municipalities, and property taxpayers through a board of directors that is comprised of municipal, provincial, taxpayer representatives, and they are appointed by the Ministry of Finance. We have our municipalities that determine the budget requirements, set tax rates, and collect property taxes and pay for municipal services such as police, fire, roads, recreation, amongst many others. Municipalities use MPAC's assessments to establish rates and distribute their tax requirements to the ratepayers. And finally, we have our property owners that pay property tax bills and help set market value through ongoing property purchases and sales. So as you can imagine, maintaining Ontario's property database is very important. Property data is continuously being updated. So our municipal records are accurate when municipal stakeholders are making important tax decisions. Maintaining Ontario's property database includes assessing new construction, additions, and renovations promptly, responding to property owners' inquiries, working with them to help them understand their assessment. We support municipalities by offering software called Municipal Connect, where municipal stakeholders can obtain primary source of assessment-related information. And we work collaboratively on projects that are important to our municipal partners, like digital permitting. We also have other statutory duties, such as handling requests for reconsideration and maintaining people data and tracking school support for over 5.7 million properties. So monitoring the market and assessing newly built and renovated properties is something that we do every day to keep our data current. We also periodically update every single property assessment in Ontario based on the same legislated valuation date, and we call this an assessment update or a reassessment. This is when we determine that every single property in Ontario could have been reasonably sold at its current state and condition at a particular point in time. Regular reevaluation of properties ensures that assessments stay up to date, and similar properties of similar values in the same municipality pay similar property taxes. It's the provincial legislation when lets MPAC know when to conduct a province-wide update, and they set the valuation date for each cycle. So the reassessment that was scheduled to occur in 2020 was postponed by the province to provide stability and certainty to Ontarians and enable municipalities to focus on responding to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, property assessments continue to be based on the legislation valuation date of January 1st, 2016. This should not have a financial impact on municipalities as MPAC continues to maintain an update assessment role to reflect changes such as new construction and improvement to property. For new buildings or structures, MPAC determines the value as of January 1st, 2016 to ensure equity when comparing to existing properties. Ontario's property tax system is based on everybody paying their share of what it costs to deliver services for our communities. To do this, all properties are assigned a common valuation date. This principle is called current value assessment. Current value assessment is the market value in a point in time, the legislative valuation date. It is a price that a property might reasonably be expected to sell or sold to a willing seller, to a willing buyer after an appropriate time and exposure on an open market. So I just wanted to shift gears here and just talk briefly about our valuation methodologies. I won't get into a lot of detail, but just give you some high level information on these. So in Ontario, there are 3 industry-wide standardized approaches to valuing properties. First of all, we have the direct comparison approach. So recent sales of comparable properties are analyzed to provide an indication of value of properties assessed through this approach. These are typically your residential properties. We also have what's called the income approach. It's the ability to earn revenue is tied to the real estate and not the business, by the way, that may be run from that location. So in other words, it's not the revenue being generated by the business, it's rather the income, the way of rent, that the landlord can generate through the ability to lease the space. And then lastly, we have the cost approach. And the cost approach is used when property types are unique and rarely sold on the open market and cannot rely on the direct comparison approach or the income approach and determine its current value due to lack of data. These are typically your automotive manufacturing plants. So when we're looking at assessing residential properties, which is the lion's share of the assessment base in the municipality of Grey Highlands. Our analyzing tool considers over 200 factors when we're actually analyzing a property. But these 5 factors on the screen here make up about 85% of a home's typical value. And they include the location. Where is it situated? Is it situated on a lake or is it situated across from train tracks? Lot dimensions. How big is the property? Exterior square footage. How big is the home or the building itself? The quality of construction of the home. Does the home have siding on it or is it brick? And the age of the property. How old is the property? And the age of the property gets adjusted for any major renovations or additions that have occurred on that property. So let's shift in gears. And finally, once the property is assessed, that assessment value is provided to your municipal finance department, and your finance department takes that assessed value and multiplies it by the municipal, county, and education rate to get the amount of property taxes paid the property owner must pay. And let's just be clear, the assessments distribute taxes. They do not determine taxes paid. The most important factor is not how much the assessed value of the property has changed, but rather how the assessed value has changed relative to the change in the class in your community. So there is a video here, and I don't think we'll show it, but it is a 3-minute video and just shows the relationship for property taxes, assessment, and generating your budgets and so forth. I'm sure everybody has seen this video. It's a great video, and I'm not sure if it is linked to your municipal website, but you can link that video right directly to your municipal website. And it just goes through the process on how municipalities strike their budgets and set tax rates. And it's a really educational video. It's about 3 minutes long. So we'll just go off to. So what draws our attention to a property? It's typically one of several things. First of all, there's a market sale. So we'll do a sales investigation. There's either a request from the municipality or property owner. Anna will call me and say, Anthony, take a look at something here for me. And we'll get property owners calling us directly. And from our building department, we'll get building permits. And we may get a request for reconsideration or an appeal. An MPAC's role is to take building permits and plans and turn them into assessment. Our municipal stakeholders rely on assessments to levy property tax. The sooner MPAC can deliver assessments, the sooner our municipal stakeholders can recognize new revenue. Just a quick fact here, in 2024, we've received 496 permits from the municipality of Grey Highlands. And we have the largest database of anywhere in the province of all building permits throughout the province is housed by MPAC. So I just put up a couple of slides here on the building permit process. So first, the permit is issued, or we may get an update from your building department that it's canceled, or there's an occupancy or a final date granted by the municipal building department. We receive these monthly for new permits and updates via monthly submissions. This is all done electronically behind the scenes. And once MPAC receives the file, we have 30 days to upload it into our permitting system. And then once loaded, it is reflected into Municipal Connect, where our municipal partners can view those permits and see the status of those permits. And then once appropriate time has passed, so we estimate that the building would take 3, 6, 8, 9 months, whatever. And then a property inspector would go out there, inspect the property. And then once the property is inspected, MPAC will issue, it's called a property assessment change notice. And that would be the supplementary bill that the property owner would get. So permit outcomes. So when we receive permits from the municipality, there'd be no change in value, because there'd be certain permits that we received for like signs, tents, and so forth. So they're not really accessible. And then there'd be change in value. So if there's a change in value and it's less than $10,000 in assessment, it'll be reflected on the year-end roll for your next taxation year. But if it's greater than 10,000, we will send out a property assessment change notice, and then your taxation department will issue a supplementary or omit bill for that particular property. And then property assessment change notices. They are there for new additions, construction, or renovations. It may be a property that's assessed for the first time. There was a change in the property's classification. Maybe there was an exempt portion, it went to commercial, or vice versa. Part of the property no longer qualifies for farmland, conservation land, or managed forest. And part or all the property no longer qualifies for tax exemption. These are some of the reasons why a property assessment change notice would go out to the municipality and to the property owner. So once we've done all the assessment, the tax bills have gone out, where do you go to resolve assessment concerns? Sometimes owners do not agree with their assessed value, and the property owner may connect with you and say, we didn't agree with the assessments. But you can help us out by just asking the citizen if they could have sold their home on January 1st, 2016. I know we're a long way from that valuation date, but typically when we go through a reevaluation, that's kind of one of the questions you could ask. If they visit About My Property to review the information MPAC has on file. If nobody's been onto About My Property, it's a great tool that allows citizens to view their property and all the characteristics of their property, their assessment notices and so forth, and their school support. And in About My Property, they can compare comparable properties within their municipality and their neighbors and so forth. And if they still disagree with the assessment, they can file a request for reconsideration and we'll review it free of charge. This is also, they also have the ability to send a request to the Assessment Review Board. And the fastest way for us to get a look at that property is to file a request for reconsideration on About My Property. And I put a little map in here on how our process works for RFRs, or requests for reconsiderations. So they review the property notice, they log into About My Property. If they disagree, we will review that property at no charge. We will send the information back to the property owner from our review and then if they still further disagree on that assessed value, they have the opportunity to go to the Assessment Review Board. Timelines on these are typically 180 days with an additional 60 days for complex requests. Last year in the municipality, we completed 12 requests for reconsiderations for 2024, and the average turnaround date for those were around 50 days. So About My Property, it is a free online tool that allows your properties, online tool for all your properties that are assessed. You can view, like I said, review information, make sure it's accurate, compare assessments to up to 100 properties in the neighborhood. They can save up to 24 specialized properties or the ones that they think that are closest to theirs. And then the system, when they're ready to submit a request for reconsideration, it'll take those 24 favorites and send them to MPAC as comparables. And they can also go up there and view and update their school support. So supporting property owners, further support property owners, our focus is always on building awareness about property assessments and taxation and MPAC's role. And we understand that property assessments can be complex, and we hear that from our municipal partners as well as property owners. That is why we've been communicating with property owners and Ontarians more than ever to help them understand property assessment and taxation system, learn about who we are, easily to find information and resources. We have social media campaigns, educational videos, and a new first-time homeowners hub. And the first-time new homeowners hub, it's not just for new homeowners. It could be for anybody that wants to know more about what we do. But some people that have built a new home, it'll be their first exposure to municipal taxation and assessment. So last year, for example, we sent out 620,000 property assessment notices within Ontario. And the first-time homeowners hub allows these people, or allows the citizens to what is an assessment notice and what it isn't, relationship between property taxes and assessment, their 2026 property values, how to use sales to determine the value of a home, the building permit process, what to expect when a property owner visits the property, and school support, even though that they may not have people or children with their school support, that pay school support. And so further to that, we are reaching out even further. We have a myth versus fact campaign, just to give more awareness so we're leveraging all kinds of channels. You probably, if you're on our LinkedIn, you'll see a lot of information come through LinkedIn. We have Facebook channels, a lot of educational videos and so forth. And then one of the major things that we did supporting property owners is the designated school support. The old process was they would send in a letter from the school board. We would process that letter and then in turn update their school support. By default, property owners and tenants in Ontario support is English public, and then it's up to them to make the changes once they buy a new property. Now with the new system, they can go into About My Property. They can actually change their school support right there. They'll get a confirmation email. If they are a tenant, they can go to mpac.ca and be able to make the changes there, and they will receive a confirmation email as well, and we'll update their school support for them. And I think I'm almost there. Strengthen municipal relationships. So we liaison with municipalities on a regular basis through engagements like this, one-on-one meetings. We meet one-on-one with elected officials. We go to municipal conferences. Last year, we went to 19 conferences. We visited over 300 municipalities last year. We host webinars, create training videos. Our webinars, we had over 3,000 attendees in 2024. And we're ongoing support for MPAC products and services. And we do have municipal engagements. So I will meet with Anna on a regular basis. So last year we did over 1,800 municipal engagements throughout the province. And we manage municipal inquiries on a regular basis. So new insight that are important to your communities. So we have sales information that shows you all the types of properties throughout the province. And we do have a new web portal that was released last year. And it gives you a focus of the last 10 years on the values of homes. So communities with homes under $500,000 are scarce. And the type of location of homes valued in less than $750,000 is also shifted as well. So if you haven't had a chance, this is a great tool. You can go up to our website and map in your area and see the transition over the last 10 years on where these properties are shifting in the price of their homes. And lastly, the power of collaboration. So we have our municipal partnership report. So if you haven't had the opportunity yet, take a look at our municipal partnership report. It centers around the theme Stronger Together, the power of collaboration. The report highlights our collective achievements, including adding over 42 billion onto the assessment roll throughout the province, as well as some of our successes and key areas of our collaboration. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about Grey Highlands specifically. With your needs in mind, we focus on improving information and sharing with municipalities. We used to have a series of documentation, license agreements, and so forth with our municipal partners. And we launched our data sharing and service agreement, where we've taken all those agreements and make it into one cohesive document. As a result, municipalities have a greater clarity of the usage of MPAC data and more flexibility to create new products that they need. And to further enhance our transparency around MPAC's processes and services and the use of MPAC data, we also work with our corporate data strategy, which is separate from the DSSA. We worked with a consultant and AMO to inform and develop our corporate strategy, our corporate data strategy. And we also sought input from our partners and several municipal engagements so we could learn more about the concerns from our municipal and property owners. Ultimately, these two initiatives aim to provide service delivery, create value for our partners, and was an excellent exercise in active listening to your concerns and what we can do better to respond to your needs. So I just wanted to put in here your assessment base. So what does your assessment look like? So the following chart provides a snapshot of your assessment base between the years of 2024 and 2025. As you can see, we added $75.4 million in new assessment, increasing your assessment base by about 2.76% year over year. And so far, I'm happy to report to date, our assessors have been out and we've picked up so far this year through $35.5 million in new assessment. So we invite you to reach out. Don't hesitate to contact me or Lynn if you have any questions that we need anything clarified from MPAC. And thanks for the opportunity today. And if time permits, I can answer any questions and I'll just open the floor for discussion.
Okay, thanks, Anthony. And so your region, how big is your region?
I handle Grey and Bruce counties.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. All right, I have a list of questions, but I'm going to go to our council here first. So does anybody have any comments, questions on this presentation? Councilor Dubik this time.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for coming in. Really do appreciate the education. And really, it's great to see the tools that are available to us. They are very helpful. A question just around the building permit process flow and how it interacts with our our data and how it feeds into your databases. So if a resident is making a change to their property, either renovating or demolishing, say somebody had a fire and has to demolish a house, in terms of the property assessment, does that automatically, because the municipality data flows to you, is that property assessment uploaded and updated automatically? Or does the property owner need to trigger something for that to happen?
Typically, the building permit would be our trigger, and then our assessors would go out to have to verify the information for that permit. And then if there's something where there might be a demolition and maybe a reduction in taxes, then there would be a 357, not to get into the municipal act too much, it would have to be that would be associated with it. Most building and planning departments, when there's a demo permit, they send a 357 at the same time for the reduction of the taxes. And then what we'll do, and say for a renovation, we'll go out just to verify that the renovation is done, complete. And then once our work is done, then it's reflected on the assessment roll. And the same thing too for demolitions and so forth. Once we know and verified that it's no longer there, then we'll remove that from the roll. There could be a timing issue too on that. It could be that it's not removed from the roll. We do rely sometimes, if we're out to a property, we'll put a door hanger there for them to let them know that we were there and we want follow-up information from them. We try to reach out as much as possible to ensure that we have our data accurate.
And just as a follow-up, so and then I guess the backstop is if the property owner, sees the next assessment and doesn't agree with it or doesn't feel it captured the current state of their property, then they would need to reach out by a certain date and time for that past year. Is that correct?
Yes, so we would send them information like a property assessment change notice. There'd be a deadline on there when they can apply for a request for reconsideration. And then we would adjust it at that point. But it's really the onus too is sometimes on the property owner to inform us that there has been change to the property. We do see that a lot with new buildings, that people have built a new building and they haven't got their assessment yet, so they will reach out. But I can let you know that we're pretty much ahead of the curve as far as new buildings. Our permit inventory is quite up to date. And it's the good collaboration with your building department giving us regular updates.
Okay. Councillor Allen, did you have your hand up? I'll stick to the side, then I'll go.
Sure, just a couple of little things. The request for reconsideration, have any resulted in an increase?
That's a great question. I don't see it too often, but let's say, for example, somebody did put a request for reconsideration in, and we haven't been to that property in say 20 years. And they said, no, we don't agree with the assessment. Somebody knew about the property and they said, look, that this assessment is incorrect. And then when we go out there, we haven't been there for 20 years because there was no trigger for us to go there. Then what would happen when we go there, we notice that, oh, somebody built a barn without a permit, somebody built something else without a permit. Then all of a sudden we see all this assessed value, and we're governed by legislation to report on that property. So it is possible that, somebody hasn't taken the proper documentation out, that it could go up, but mostly those are rare cases.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned about school support and about a tenant. Tenants don't pay taxes, so what's that about?
Yeah, so tenants have the opportunity to redirect their school support because they are a citizen within the municipality, so they can redirect their school support even though they're a tenant.
But so I actually have buildings that I rent out. So one of my tenants could say they want the school portion directed a certain way.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
So just before we go to the question, so as I understand, the next municipal election won't be using MPAC's voter list. But at one time, that was the other reason, was to capture tenants so they get captured in the voters list. And I remember as a landlord myself, getting a form in the mail and you'd filled it out who they were, but that hasn't happened for a long time. And that information, but that was the only way that we capture those voters. I know there's a new system and I'm not sure how that's going to work, probably the same as the provincial and federal, but at that time, I think the last municipal election MPAC provided that, but the next one will not. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So
Ontario, was it Ontario elections?
Yeah.
Elections Ontario.
yeah, that
Yeah,
made
election
that change.
Ontario.
That's right. So however they come up with the new list, but that was, I know I experienced that myself for that particular reason, but not as much. I guess basically it'd be up to the tenant to say, hey, I want to support, which probably doesn't necessarily happen very regularly, right?
And tenants are very like they.
Yeah, they move in and out.
They're in and out all the
Yeah.
time, and MPAC's always been really good at assessing properties, but the transient, we haven't been really good at that. So it's pretty hard.
I think that's when we found, when we got to the voters list, there was people missing people, that kind of stuff. But I mean, at that, they'd have to go and prove that they,
Exactly.
right, by their driver license. Okay, Deputy Mayor Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. So the general conversation that always comes and the question surrounding how the assessment works and the reassessment that hasn't been done since 2016. So my understanding, and just correct me if I'm wrong, just because this is what I'm understanding. The valuation that MPAC gives a property times the tax ratio that exists for the municipality, which is the amount of money we're trying to get, equals the growth value that will come to the municipality.
The assessed value.
The assessed tax, right?
dollars,
Yeah,
yes.
the tax dollars.
Yeah.
So if a property isn't assessed or has not been reassessed for valuation since 2016, we know that there's been a significant difference in the valuation between 2016 and 2025. A new property comes on, 2016, that property was worth on the market 340,000, 2025, 750,000. Just help me understand how there's not a difference in the growth potential dollars coming to a municipality when your assessed value is 3,750 versus 750 of a new growth. And I hope I'm not confusing you. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about, whereas I may have confused others at this table.
Yeah.
It's called a nightmare.
Yeah, so we have to value properties based on the legislative valuation date 2000. So if there's a brand new home, construction cost is 750, for example, to build that new home. What we do is we take that value based on all the characteristics of that property and we assess it back as of January 1st, 2016 to ensure there's equity within the assessment base. Okay, so you're not going to see somebody builds a new home, they're going to pay more taxes than somebody builds now, that being said, there are situations where somebody will knock down an old home and build a new home right there. So that value is going to go up and we're going to recognize that revenue because we have that value as of 2016. So it's an old home, but then they built a new one, knocked one down. So there is going to be an increase to the assessment because it's newer.
Sorry for clarity. My question is more around the need for re-updating the valuations that MPAC is using. So the fact that we're using 2016 at the beginning of your presentation said the fact that there's been no change to the assessed value has not affected municipal's tax dollars. My question to you is, if we were to re-update those numbers to say 2025 or 2026 and have that new evaluation and the time between when that evaluation occurred last and when we're looking to do the reassessed value, those growth dollars, is there an impact? So to my understanding of how it works is if we were using a 2025 metrics and we had a house built in 2025 that goes under the tax roll in 2026, the amount of growth dollars I would receive as a municipality from that house would be higher than if we assessed it at the 2016 valuation. And I'm wondering if I'm correct, and feel free to ask me questions to help me clarify my question.
It's a nightmare.
So are you saying that? So I think there's two things here is that whenever the reevaluation date is, all properties will be assessed at that date. Yeah. So say we January 1st, 2026. So whatever that valuation date, we will reevaluate all properties in the province of Ontario for that date. So the ones that were in 2016 may assessed at 300,000. Now they'll be assessed at whatever the sales.
Say 750, just.
750.
Yeah.
So they'll be assessed at 750. So there'll be more assessment, but then theoretically, if the municipality still needs to run the municipality just with the exact same tax dollars, then your tax rate should go down. Yeah. Okay. And then that's basically the formula. So that little 3-minute video that I showed, it really breaks it down quite nicely for you.
So I think the way I remember from the past, so if everybody's assessment went up 50%, we're getting 10 years, so probably that's realistic. But if you're over 50%, you're going to pay more. If you're under 50%, you may pay less. But that would be the benchmark, whatever that average assessment across the board goes up to, and then it's up and down, that would be the difference. Yeah. Not remembering new builds and added, or that's what we see, the growth that we see every year, right? So.
Just for clarity, if I may, Member McQueen, that was my question, was around the new growth. Like, is there potential lost growth dollars to a municipality based upon the difference in the assessment value or the date of that stamp? And that was kind of my question, because when I hear from both sides that there's municipalities really pushing for the reassessment. Why are we reassessing? If there is no valuation change or no impact to the tax dollars, then theoretically there's no need to do a different date. It's just a matter of more of a hassle, I think, for your team to do the reverse calculation to get back.
And the appeals that come with it.
Right. And so that's the part where it's confusing as a counselor sitting here, where I hear many municipalities yelling at the province saying we need to get this done. And then the pushback is, well, there's no change to your dollars, so why are we rushing to get it done?
Yeah, so there's no change in dollars, like for as far as if we do a reassessment, there's not going to be any change. You know, it'll just be like Mayor McQueen said, if somebody, wherever that threshold is, so if you have a neighborhood and everybody's assessed at $200,000 now, we do a reassessment, they all go up to $800,000, they should pay the same taxes as long as the municipality doesn't have to increase their budget.
But where you will see a difference is regional swings. So I know this is back in 2008 where Lake Eugenia properties, or maybe not, maybe I can't remember, because there was a 2008 thing that sort of put everything down, but there was a certain time where there was waterfront properties took a higher jump than average. And I know this place was full of people saying, oh, my taxes are going up, but that was where people were buying, and so waterfront properties took a big swing. You could see it in agriculture, you could see it in a lot of areas, you could see it in different areas like Grey Highlands. We've had growth here in Markdale that you may see a swing in Markdale versus other areas. Owen Sound might be another region. Like Owen Sound was very low price houses before COVID, and they've, you know, just so you'll see those regional swings, and that'll affect not only our municipality, but the county as well. You'll see regional swings in the county as well. So that's where you start getting the appeal. Like I think every time there's an assessment period, the first year of the appeals, I'm sure you guys are overwhelmed that first year.
Yeah, we do have charts that we share with the finance team, and it just shows when we're reassessment, the amount of requests for reconsiderations that come in are quite a bit, because we do mass assessment. You know, we don't go to every particular property.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So you may have an area that's a subdivision and you build all new subdivision, but there's one person that's just hanging out there and just saying, no, I don't want to sell my house or whatever. So that whole neighborhood gets pulled up, but that one person says, no, my house isn't worth all these other around. So they do file a request for reconsideration. We look at the property and then we just adjust their assessment accordingly.
And their house is pink with polka dots. That could be the argument, right? So. It is confusing, and it's been stable because we haven't had that reassessment, but when that happens, it's got to happen.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Like I remember back when they had the mill rate at 1972 values. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but that must have been because that was a calculator that was based on 72 values, but there was a calculator, like that must have been and they went to the new system in 1998, I think it was, right?
Yeah,
like,
1990.
because it tells you how long I've been around this stuff, but yeah, so whenever, any idea?
Well, the only thing I can say is that the province is doing a review of the assessment and calculation
process,
system. So once that is complete, then, and we went through an election, which kind of slowed us down a little bit further. So once that is complete, we might hear something at the budget coming out in the next couple of weeks. We don't know, but it's the province that gives us that anchor.
But they have 4 years, they're set, and probably you will see something through AMO that we won't see, but you'll start seeing something there, because it makes sense for them to do it sooner than later to get into that 4-year provincial cycle as well, right?
And I think that's on the table too.
Yeah.
We want maybe 4%, and I don't know if they.
Right.
Oh.
Anything and everything's on the table. So really, once the review is complete and once we hear, I think it'll be good to get out again. To spell any myths, because there's always myths and misconceptions for people, no matter how many times we talk about it. If you're still questioning, you know, if there's changes, yes, there's always shifts in a reassessment, like the mayor stated, where different areas impact differently. And some of the analysis that has gone on will be from people who are doing some studies, and they know that certain pockets are going to go up higher than average. So there will be impact. but typically it won't be as impactful as people actually believe. So.
I think we're finding that everything took a big jump after COVID, like a few months but I think with real estate sales and markets now, it seems to be trickling down a little bit. And maybe that was the strategy from the provincial government. I have no idea, but it has taken a big swing. And then I think it's sort of doing this right now, right? So, I think the sustainability as we probably look at the value of homes, it just took off way too fast, too quickly for affordability too, right? So any other comments, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Elwood.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you. Thanks for the presentation. Just to touch on what the Deputy Mayor was talking about. So the $75 million in growth that we had is not based on, it's based on the value of the building permits. If that property was sold in 2016.
That's the value we put on them as of 2016. So
Right.
if it was
So
today's value.
I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm putting words in the Deputy Mayor's mouth. So if we were looking at new assessment, that growth would be worth more to us in terms of.
Yeah, depending on the valuation date. So
Yeah, so if we had the property evaluated January the 1st, 2026, the $75 million in growth would be a bigger number because the CVA would go up based on 2026 valuation. So that's why municipalities might be pushing for new to get the new assessment done because it affects the growth, which directly affects our levy increases. And again, if all the properties go up equally and our service level costs don't change, your tax dollars are going to stay the same. However, there could be adjustments within
The swings.
some properties may go up more than others,
Okay.
and you might see some tax change. That 3-minute video does explain it very clearly. I recommend to anybody in the public and any councillors that haven't looked at it to look at it. It's a very good video. Thank you.
I think
Thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you.
I think Anthony did say the point where if that new assessment value comes in, but the multiplier will have to be recalculated to what that was before then, and then you've got the ups and downs, and then you go through a budget process, and that's over above that, right? So I forget what they call that. That's that recalculator, that new number. There's a name for it. So after you come through a reassessment, now it's based on 4 years, but there's that remultiplier that your taxes may be in it. Can you help me out here? You know what I'm saying? You have to reset. So if all of a sudden everybody's property doubled, that means your multiplier would have the number that you multiply to get that same 15 million or whatever it is. But if all of a sudden everybody's property value doubled equally, then that multiplier would have to change to generate that 15 million. And then when you go through your budget process, that's, what do you call it? There's a name for that. There's a,
The tax rate?
no, but there's an adjustment, and we had that presentation from the tax guy at county there a few weeks back or a month back. Karen, help me out.
Thank you. You're talking about the revenue neutral rate? Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Yes. And that's what people get lost in as well, right? So sorry for that. Any other comments, questions? I tell you, I've been around too long, I guess, but. So I have a quick comments. Golf courses and gravel pits got reassessed, and that was something that happened to be in the past. One of the things that came up a few weeks back was, C4s. And we approved, those are commercial shops on farms.
Okay.
And I know somebody was asking about the value and stuff. You don't have to, maybe you can give us information. If it's a long one, you can send us information on that, because I know that was something, because we're going through rezoning and that. Other ones, it's ADUs. We've had ADUs available for probably 10 years now on our planning. And the assessment, because it's like 2 homes on one property. How do you assess that? And you can bring that back too. You don't have to because obviously you can't turn around and sell that home,
No.
right?
It'd be a parcel they would have. To
Yeah,
sell, right?
so,
Yeah.
and it's relatively new on that. What was my other one here? I guess the other thing is the 357 is I know that came up a few weeks back on a file, or an individual came here, and that is just, I don't know if that's in the video or not, but I know that sometimes people's properties change, or they destroy or fire or whatever, is that to get that 357 form in till they, and that has to be in by February for the previous year to be
That's
effective,
correct,
right? Okay. Ag lands have seen a huge change in value. They continue. I know that's one of the things that seems to has kept going up is agricultural lands. And I know that I'm trying to think of the last time the county reviewed that in the sense of the tax ratio. And I don't know if they get to a reassessment, that could be something else that could prop up. And we don't deal with this as much because we aren't in the north, but this is sort of something in the back of mind, is lakefront properties that have road allowances on them. Are they assessed differently with road allowances if they purchase those road allowances? And that's sort of a personal thing in the back of my mind, but
Yeah, and it's really driven by market sales.
Yeah.
So if there's
doesn't
road
matter.
allowance and the values of those properties are still
Same.
high and they're selling, so it's gonna be reflected.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's all my questions, but you can get back to us on the ADUs, the C4s. I know that's something you may have to take a little bit more time, but I know from our zoning bylaw, that is something that was asked last week.
Just on ADUs, once the building permit is issued, we'll go and assess that property and
Right.
put it on as an additional dwelling
Yeah.
on the property.
It just, I don't know if you have market sales the same. That's the tough part, right?
It'll be a tough part.
Yeah.
So we'd have to look at those. There are some in the area, like some people do have second dwellings on there. So yeah, we'll give you more information on those.
I know there was a property that was for sale last fall, but I don't know if it had an ADU on it. Any other comments, questions? Okay, we need a motion. Deputy Mayor,
Motion to receive the delegation for information.
Councillor Wickens is seconding that motion. Thank you very much for coming, and you're available at any time, right?
Anytime.
If anybody has that question.
My
And
contact information's there. My cell phone's on until dinner time.
okay. So leave since 6.
I'm hopeful.
Yeah. All right, so
I'm hopeful for Edmonton, Toronto, fine.
that would be, well, I heard Winnipeg here, so
Oh, okay, well, either or, I think I'd be tickled.
they all have, one thing, it's they're Canadian and they all have heart. So there you go. All in favor of the motion? That is carried unanimously. We'll take what do you got here? Take a 20, we'll go to 11:25. Take a break. Sorry, yeah, 11:25. Okay, welcome back, everyone. And we're moving on to our agenda of 7.1, and this is with regards to some adoption of some minutes. So can somebody care to move the adoption of the minutes for February 16th? Councillor Allen? Gee, there's a real. Allen, second by Deputy Mayor, were you seconding? Okay. Any discussion in those minutes? Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. We have the committee of the whole minutes of March 26. Would somebody care to move those? Councillor Allen, Councillor Allwood. Any discussion in those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Gee, I thought CEO you were voting there for a second. You had your hand sort of waving there. The minutes of March 23rd, committee of the whole minutes. Can I have a mover, please, and a seconder? Councillor Lowhead, Councillor Dubik. April, yeah, did I say March? Okay, April 23rd. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. All right, moving on then to reports. Next item is item 8, finance, and I'll pass the chair over to you, Councillor Allwood, for a few reports.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. 3 items in the finance section of our agenda today, starting with 8.1. And the motion would be the council received report FIN.2504-24, the treasurer's statement for information. Purpose of this report is to provide background information on financial statements relating to development charges, parkland dedication, and cash in lieu of parking reserve funds. So can I have somebody move that motion to get it on the floor for discussion? Moved by Councillor Dubik, seconded by Councillor Wickens. Any questions, concerns, or comments on the report? Councillor Allen?
Thank you. On page 7 of the report, under libraries, new pavilions. So it says timing estimate is 2023 and DC funding was 15,000. In the notes, it's saying pavilions were funded through grants. Does that mean that the DCs were not used? And if so, well, I'll wait for the answer for that.
Madam
Through you,
Treasurer.
Chair. Yes, that's correct. The pavilions were funded entirely from the grant revenue and donations.
Okay, so then my follow-up question is that 15,000, and I guess this is just an example, but what other things can those funds be used for?
Madam Treasurer?
I would suggest that the library board and the CAO could propose another growth related project within the library envelope to apply those funds.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Mayor McQueen?
So there was, through one budget cycle, there was proposal for shelving or stuff like that. That would be a capital and maybe you're expanding. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor of receiving the report? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item 8.2 on the agenda then. Appropriate that the timing and the MPAC presentation today, but so the motion is the council receives staff report FIN.25.04-2025 tax rates for information, and the council approves the bylaw 2025-036 being a bylaw to provide for the adoption of the tax rates for 2025. First, this report is to provide council with additional information for how the adoption of the 2025 tax rates bylaw 2025-036. So can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Dubik, seconded by Councillor Lowhead. Any questions, Comments or concerns? Mayor McQueen?
So just a comment, just on pages, well, where it has the ratios 4 and 5, I guess. So just, I think this is a number that we should stick in our mind that, and just for verification, we collect $18 million. That's, right, for both municipal, county, and school board. No, this is only, oh, okay, that's good. I'm asking clarity for that. Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
Chair Elwood, that's correct. So this is we're setting the tax rates for local only. So total local taxes is 18 million. So what we actually collect will be much higher to include county and school boards.
Mayor McQueen.
So what are those numbers then? I think it's good, like, for the public to understand, all that as well. So 18 million is for our local, but, and maybe take a few minutes if there's other questions, I can wait.
I believe I referenced the county levy in the report. So almost 9 million will be for the county, and school boards. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay. Mr. Chair?
Mayor McQueen, go ahead.
I think it is good that you can provide that. It's just that we have those numbers in our head because, when we start talking about numbers, taxation, we know that we collect $18 million for our own use, 9 million goes to the county, and so much. It's just, I think it's good numbers because it's not small numbers.
Yeah.
So
the last page of the report, it does mention that the county collects 78 million and change, and of that 11.5% or approximately $9 million is collected by us for the county. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Councillor Allen, go ahead.
Thank you. The multi-residential is slowly being reduced.
Yeah.
I think it has one more step to get down to the residential rate. And I did read somewhere in here, I think, that the loss to the municipality will be made up by other taxpayers and the bulk of it being residential, but does it affect all the other tax rates, but mainly residential because of the number of, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarity to anybody that might be listening, the treasurer was nodding her head, but yes, so the county adjustment in lowering for new multiple residential does result in our residential / farm residential rates changing slightly, and our blended rate just changed slightly.
Not new multi-residential, it's already at 1. It's the previous.
Sorry, previous, yeah, my mistake. I misspoke. Go ahead, Mayor McQueen.
And just on that, this is not the first year that's being adjusted. It's a few years now. It was highly suggested, I don't know, from financial side of the province, but it wasn't legislated, but it was sort of sense that if you don't do it, it will be. So that's sort of a bit of a back. Is this the third year through you, Mr. Chair? Is this the third year, this adjustment?
Madam Treasurer.
Thank you. Second or third. And there are some, I guess it does impact some of the other municipalities in Grey County more than it does us. Our assessment value for the multi-res is relatively low.
Okay, seeing no further questions, comments, or concerns, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The last item then is 8.3, which finance report. And the recommendation is that council receive report FIN.25.06- walk drive campaign request for information. And that council provides direction. There are a couple of options. So this relates to the request from Ron Barnett, the April 16th meeting. And we were looking for a funding source for those requests. So I would need a motion and a recommendation. Go ahead, Mayor McQueen.
So I'll support number 1, council approved funding project. In 2025, up to $500. The project will be funded by the corporate allocation operating budget. And then the other, and if there's a suggestion for a different motion, so maybe I'll leave that one for this. And then there's about future funding. So I'll move that first part, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so you're suggesting that rather than deal with it on a multi-year basis, we're gonna ask Ron to come back every year, or that? Or an
I was
additional
thinking of
motion?
having that as a separate motion. Or do you want it all in one? I think it's a different debate. I think it's a different debate, so I would leave it separate, but if somebody wants to make an amendment to my motion, we could add, I guess, I don't have a seconder, do I?
At this point, the motion has not been seconded, but I
Okay.
just was the subject of clarity on your motion. I'll ask if there is a seconder. Okay, thank you. I'm waiting for you to add that in, sir.
We could be separated.
All right, well, if you verbalize that, it will help.
Okay, so that.
Turn your mic on, sir.
So, and furthermore, from number one is being recommended by staff, and then furthermore, that council approve funding the project on an annual basis up to $500 to be added to the annual operating budget for
The term of council.
come on, yeah. And it could be, if somebody wants a separate vote, we can break it out in two separate votes if you wish. So I'll.
Did we
put
get
that
for the
all-
term of council? Sorry, Mayor McQueen, just for clarity, for the term of council, right? We're talking about this term of council.
Sure.
Sorry, Clerk Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Alwood, I do believe this will be a situation again where the strong mayor consideration needs to be taken for this item, doing a subsequent year addition to the budget. I think we would just need to slightly amend the wording of adding it to the subsequent year's budget, and I believe it would only be 2026 to sit within the current term of council.
Mayor McQueen?
So we haven't got to that discussion around strong mayor's power, but there is a budget process. And I'm just saying through the annual budget process, whatever that rolls out, because through the strong mayors, the mayor can go through the same process as other years. So I'm just saying through the budget, through the 2025-2026 budget process.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I'll go back to our acting deputy clerk. So could you read the motion as you've got it written in, and we'll look for a seconder perhaps?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Alwood, just bear with me one moment while I
Okay.
prepare that. Thank you for your patience. Through you, I believe we only have a mover at this point. No
We
seconder.
do, so we'll get it read out. I'll look for a seconder.
Thank you. Through you, the motion reads that council receive report FIN 25.06 walk, bike, drive campaign request for information. And that council approve funding the project in 2025 for up to $500 funded from the corporate allocations operating budget. And that council recommend that the mayor consider including the $500 funding request as part of his proposed 2026 budget.
Mayor McQueen, you're happy with that? That takes us to the current term of council, basically.
I guess the point is not to dwell on the mayor's budget, just the budget process is what I was thinking of. Because there is options on that part as well, right? So anyway.
Can I look for a seconder? Would somebody like to second that? Seconded by Councillor Dubik. Any further discussion, comments or concerns? Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
I actually liked that they make a request for the community grant program. Last year, I think we approved up to 500? It's in here, but the actual amount was only 300 and something. Yeah, 310. So. Just thinking about if there are changes to the amount of money that they need, they're gonna have to come back with a revised amount each year anyways, whereas if they go through the community grant, then hopefully they can figure out what they need each year.
Thank you for that. I guess that would require an alternate motion, but the motion that's on the floor is up to $500, so it's got an upside. Like you mentioned, the cost for the prior year were less than that, but Councillor Dubic.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, Councillor Allen, because I too was just trying to score it in my head in terms of where's the most appropriate bucket to place this in. I guess the reason why I think maybe the motion on the table right now maybe is more appropriate. I guess the way I was, understanding with the community grant programs is it's to help initiate new efforts. And so if this is coming back as another effort, unless there's an expansion, then it doesn't necessarily fit in the budget for multiple granting. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so again, we do have a motion that's on the floor. Any further discussion, questions, concerns? We did. You're in McQueen.
So, I guess I could have been flexible either way. It just, this is the third year, it's just the third year. I wasn't here, like I sort of caught it, but I wasn't here. But obviously, I guess it goes back to the importance of this project. I would call it a project. I guess if it went to the grant program and then if they say yay or they said nay, but it'd still come back to council. I don't know, like in the sense of that request, I guess. And I guess through our budget process, it still can be considered or not considered as well, right?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I think in 2026, it would be an item for consideration in the budget that would be discussed during budget deliberations of your budget. And so yes, the short answer to your question would be yes. Any further comments? Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Well, it's saying here that it will be added to the annual operating budget, so it won't be it's still for consideration, but it won't be under that list of extra things. It's going to be added as a budget line.
Right. Go ahead, Mayor McQueen.
From that delegation, did you not make that comment when that presentation was made? I thought it came from somebody or yourself. I just point of clarity. I don't know.
I asked the question about rather than having him come every year, that we somehow have a mechanism of funding it each year if we want.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, comments, or concerns. So all those in favor of the motion that's on the floor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Mayor McQueen, I'll pass the chair back to you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allwood, for taking care of those three reports. Moving on then to item 9 for fire, police, and safety. Sorry to say, Councillor Lowhead, there's no reports for you to report, but I guess it's on the agenda. I guess if you felt something was burning, I guess you could raise your hand and say, I do have something to report, but you do not. I don't think. Moving on to item 10, transportation and public spaces. I'll pass the chair over to you, Councillor Wickens.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Item 10.1 on our agenda, award of RFT F18 2025-10 Euphrasia St. Vincent Townline Culvert Replacement. The council received report TPS 2511 Euphrasia St. Vincent Townline Culvert RFT, and that council support awarding RFT F18 2025-10 Euphrasia St. Vincent Townline Culvert Replacement to EC King Contracting, a division of Miller Paving, Limited in the amount of $924,000, 389.10. Excluding HST, and that council support a 10% contingency allowance to be carried internally for this project. So could I have someone motion to get this on the floor? Councillor Allen, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nielsen. So it's fairly straightforward. I guess it's a big job. It came in under budget, which is good. And I guess the only thing to discuss is the contingency budget, really. Just for anything that's unforeseen in a bigger project like this. So anybody got any questions or concerns? Yes, Councillor Dubik.
Thank you, Chair. So just a quick question. Could I just get the confirmation of how much is under budget? I see all the different numbers, but it's.
Fine, yeah.
It wasn't quite clear to me.
I'll send that over to Manager Milner if that's all right. So I don't see any numbers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Wickens. Can you just give me a second so I can pull that up? Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or concerns? Well, yes, Councillor Alwood.
Just a comment that the unspent money would be reallocated to the OSIF reserve fund.
Right,
Thank you.
right. Yep. Mayor McQueen.
Just in general to you, Mr. Chair, I think it's good that we have six companies bidding on it. I think that's a healthy environment for the municipality because it's
good for
competitive
competition.
and
Yep.
you get some good numbers there, some ranges, and you know, that's if you don't have people bidding, that's not a good thing, right? As far as price goes. So that's a good. Thank you.
Manager Milner.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Dubik. So as part of the 2025 budget request, we had asked for $1,210,862. And the total that we have to date, including the 10% contingency, is $1,101,336. So about $100,000 savings there, including the contingency.
Thank you. Councillor Lowhead.
Thank you, Chair Wickens. Says as well that as the project is under budget, funds will be unallocated within the OCIF reserve fund. If I could just be reminded what happens with unallocated funds in the year. So they do carry forward, right? Those don't expire.
I'm going to go to our CAO Govan for that, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Yes, so the OCIF, there is stipulations of how long you can keep the money in reserve. We generally don't have that problem. It's usually expended in the subsequent year, but yes, it'll be reallocated in the 2026 budget.
Thank you. Councillor Alwood.
Thank you. Just on that, later in our agenda, we'll be talking about the Lawler Brackenbury results there, and there was a portion of that was going to be debentured, but we are seeing we had fully committed all of our OSIF funds in 2025, but since there is money being put back into the reserve, some of that will be used rather than debenturing that a part of that.
Okay, very good.
Project.
Yes, Mayor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to moving forward, and maybe there's an answer to this. Obviously, this road will be, as we saw it on our road tour last year, it's quite a project.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess that in the sense of generalizing the time frame when they will be able to start, and probably you got to sign that contract and I got to sign it, and then they'll sort of come up with some of the time frames. But what do they have some idea of how long the road will be closed, and will it be a bit of a local public get together to sort of inform the residents on that road?
Okay, and I have a question for Manager Milner as well. Being as this is a 50-50 project between us and the municipality of Meaford, I guess this is contingent on them approving the project as well if they already haven't. So if you get two questions there, if you can answer those, thank you.
Thank you through you, Chair Wickens, to Mayor McQueen first. So once the contract is awarded, we will talk about timelines. The road will have to be completely closed to do the culverts because they are significantly deep. Once we get to the road portion of actually placing the asphalt, we will be able to maintain traffic. There is a bit of construction in that area, so we're going to work with Meaford and the county as well as the contractor to figure out the best detour route and to make sure that all the residents are well aware of the detours that are going on in that area. And we hope that Meaford will pass this on May 12th, so on Monday. So once we hear back from them May 12th, we'll be able to sign the contract and get started.
Thank you. Mayor McQueen.
You could probably have a public meeting at Dave Clark's place and probably would be quite accommodating.
All right. Any other comments, questions? All right, we'll put this to the vote. All in favor? That is carried unanimously, and I will pass the chair back to Mayor McQueen. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll move that we pay the current $500 fee for voting membership.
Okay.
Thank you, Member McQueen. Just a quick question for Councillor Allwood, because I can't remember, and I'm feel free to be if you don't have the answer on the top of your head. What is the financial reserves for the multiple municipal energy working group? Stable and sustainable right now? Is their organization sustainable and is their reserves healthy at the moment?
Do you think you
go ahead, Councillor Allwood.
Deputy Mayor, through the chair rather. We do have a small reserve. It's there in case we have to engage experts or legal advice, but it has been sufficient to date.
And just to add, some of that covers the hosting municipalities costs for the secretary and maybe if you want to mention that as well.
Through you, yes.
Erin Elderson, is it?
Erin Eldersley's deputy clerk, Julie Hamilton, is our runs that, and she bills us. We used to bill through the municipality, but she bills us directly now, and that was approved by the group chair.
So building your reserve or from the membership then is a reserve to pay for that cost.
Part of our operating costs. I mean, we used to meet in person at the fire hall in Chesley, and there was a fee associated with that, but we've met virtually since COVID, and we continue to meet virtually. So we have no meeting space fees, but we do have a lot of work that's done by the recording secretary for the working group, and that's billed. I believe it's $200 a month. So that's from my weak memory.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Dubik, another question? Sorry, is there a follow-up to that, Deputy Mayor? Councillor Dubik.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if this is appropriate to be asking at this point in time, but I was looking for the terms of reference and for this group, and I couldn't find it. And I guess I'm just wondering who's invited to become a member? Because it seems like it's not like per se like all of the municipalities of Gray. So just wondering who is invited.
I have a comment, but I'll go to the Councillor Elwood, who is the chair.
Thank you, Member Green. Yeah, yes, I am the chair of this working group, and so the different municipalities can have council representation plus citizen appointees. In the case of Gray Highlands, we have a citizen appointee that is a member of our group, and Erin Eldersley, the former deputy mayor, is their citizen appointee. But the terms of reference are available. There's a website you can visit. It has information on the work the group does. And It's available online.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess I was just wondering, like, is there a reason for a smaller subset, say, of like Grey County municipal folks on the committee or on the group? So just wondering if there is a reason for the mix of representation from the municipalities, because I would have thought maybe it would have been, for example, all of Grey municipalities would have been invited, but it seems like it's a subset. So I was just wondering why was that determined?
You need to go back to some old minutes
I
because there would
will.
have been higher
I will.
participation of Grey County municipalities, but Councillor Irwin.
Through you, Mayor McQueen, to Councillor Dugal's question. So basically, it's we regularly correspond with all 440 municipalities in Ontario. The IASO manages the grid for all of Ontario, and we deal with the various ministries that set up some of the regulations. So it's a province-wide issue that we're dealing with. A lot of the activity has been in southwestern Ontario and our immediate area, so it stretches from down. My mind's gone blank there, but down towards Fort Erie all the way up to Grey Highlands and beyond. And there's a current long-term request for proposal for energy that's out there right now, and it affects everybody. Thank you.
So we do get copies of the minutes, which we have a set of minutes coming up here, but is it recorded? Can you go to like a YouTube, or can you watch the recording, or is it only during that time, or is there anybody from the public can watch those? You know?
The meetings are online. I believe they are publicly available.
Just saying if there's some feeling and probably with the membership that probably varies to municipalities in, municipalities out. I know prior to COVID, the Green Energy Act, you know, I'd started, I'm gonna give you a little bit of history, but I think about 2000, late part of 2009, 2010 is when it started. And I think it started at Chatsworth and Howard Gregg and a few others, and then it sort of expanded because of the Green Energy Act and what changed with the wind turbines. But this has got more, this has changed a little bit more to a broader basis when it's energy, isn't it? How I just read it off the multi-municipal wind working group, energy working group. So it's changes from wind to energy working group. Councillor Alden, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. You're correct. So the group was originally focused around wind turbines, but current regulations and requests for proposals are requiring a minimum. You have to be able to supply energy for a minimum 4 hours, in some cases up to 12 hours, which solar and wind cannot do. So obviously it brings in storage, and within our area, you've got battery energy storage systems, which the last request for proposal dealt with their storage fleet, as they've called it. The ISO has called it that. And you have projects like the Meaford pump storage, which mirrors what we do on a smaller scale on Lake Eugenia, but those type of things. So the same sort of concerns. We have issues around best practices and safety. Basically, that's our mandate to advise. We have experts on retained. We have an engineer that reports to us regularly, Bill Palmer. He's retained for a small $2 fee. So it's an official relationship. And we also have other input from Wind Concerns Ontario. There's a lot of activity through a gentleman named Warren Howard, who is a former municipal council.
He does presentations as well, right? And you do also have some interaction with the local MPPs at certain times as well, right?
Yes, we do. We've at our last meeting, we sent a letter to our new MPP, but anyways, I guess we're spending a lot of time on the fee. I'll turn it back to the chair to see if he wants to move on.
And I know Councillor Wickens is also on there. Sorry, Madam Deputy Clerk.
My apologies for interrupting, Mayor McQueen, through you. Before the council votes, I would just like to confirm the motion on the floor is to approve the voting membership.
So there's the the group to resolution for information yes, so but that's part of your membership. Councillor Elwood?
Mayor McQueen, through you, I made the motion. Yes, the motion was to approve the $500 voting membership.
Yeah. Sorry, the dollar amount. Yeah, right. Well, that was 400. Right, okay. So, and that's been seconded by Councillor Dubik, just for that clarification, Councillor Dubik? Yep, okay. Oh, good, okay. Motion's there. Any other discussion? Councillor Wiggins, do you have a comment? No. Seeing that, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. Just before we leave that, there is an annual report of the expenditures throughout the year, right? That does come to our treasurer, I think. Councillor Elwood?
The financial reports are included in the minutes of the multiple energy working group. I can't remember the actual frequency of that, but yes.
Right. That goes back to maybe what your comment, Deputy Mayor, of the true cost. I haven't been out to a meeting because I know I'm the alternate, so I haven't been to for quite a long time, but I know the two representatives are quite active. Okay, so moving on then, we do have that, okay, do you want to keep going to about 12:30? Right, because we have that phone going off at 12:55, right? So, okay, so moving on to section 12, CLS and planning, and I'm going to move the chair over to Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Item 12.1 is a noise exemption request for the Markdale Ag Society for their fall fair. And that the motion is that council approve the noise exemption request for 75 Walker Street on August 22nd and 23rd, 2025. Deputy Mayor Nielsen and Councillor, I'll go with Councillor Allwood. He's, I think, on that committee. With support from Councillor Wiggins. Any discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. 12.2, strong mayor powers. The motion would be that council receive report CLS 2513, strong mayor powers for information. Let me get a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Dubik. Discussion. Councillor Wiggins.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Strong mayor powers. I think that these are going against everything we believe in democracy. It's a seed being planted. First of all, it was just the major cities. And then it's the smaller cities. And now it's 169 municipalities. It just keeps growing and the powers are given. Oh, they're just these ones. What's next? It's an insidious thing that burrows its way into the ground. I want to use wild oats as an example. Wild oats are a weed, and they have the very strange capability to sit dormant in the ground until conditions are right. I watched the little thing, they've got two little hairs on them, and if it's dry, they lift the seed off the ground. If it gets wet, it actually turns the seed, puts the seed against the ground and picks up the moisture. So we've only got one little weed in the corner, nobody bothers with it. You know, the next thing we've got 10, and they duplicate. And with that way that they can sit dormant until the time is right, and then all of a sudden you've got a whole field full of weeds, and then the farmer says, what are we going to do? We're going to have to declare war on the weeds. It's no different than what I'm seeing today and what's happening. I think that all municipalities should oppose this. I've heard the thinking that if somebody stands up and says, we don't like this, they'll pull funding, we'll be blacklisted. Well, I think everybody should stand up and then we're all in the same boat. I guess in closing, freedom is not free. And it comes with a cost. And we must work to keep it that way. If we don't, we let little things like this slip. The next thing you know, we've got a field of wild oats. And I don't know if we could send a letter to the province, if we can make a decision here as council to have the mayor defer all his stronger mayor power decisions to the council. But, you know, everybody says that fascism is dead. I don't think so, folks. I mean, it's right here in the policy to uphold or move provincial policies along. You know, it's and that's one of the definitions is one leader, and then he's moving the nation's policies along ahead of what the people want. So I will let anybody else speak their mind about this, but that's what I think.
Okay, thank you for those comments. There have been some municipalities that have already used the powers. Well, I guess some mayors. I don't know how much support they got from the rest of council, but any other comments? Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Chair Allen, through you. I mean, this has been foisted on us by the province. I believe there are some of the strong mayor powers that can be delegated or redelegated back to the CAO and council, but not all of those powers can be. So I'm not sure how this council will choose to proceed, but I'll leave that question on the floor. Thank you.
I think we all got at least one email, and it's a little disappointing when somebody that's usually well informed would make statements that they did, acting as if it's the mayor's fault that these powers have been put on him in this case. So hopefully this discussion will better inform people. Councillor Lowhead.
Thank you, Chair Allen. So I'm happy to join Councillor Wickens in voicing opposition. And, you know, we're not the only councillors, municipalities across Ontario who feel strongly that this is an anti-democratic move foisted on municipalities, you know, really undercutting the power of the councils and elected officials and representation of the people. And it, you know, for the purposes of relatively specious, undefined provincial priorities. None of it feels good. It doesn't feel like the reason I sought election to begin with. I wanted to sit at this council as a member of a group of 7 who had relatively equal power. And it absolutely does feel like things are going in the wrong direction. And I'd even go so far if this stays as is and strong mayor powers are delegated, and for any councils of I think it's 7 or more, is that right? 6 or more. I'd go so far as to suggest the municipality of Grey Highlands move to a council of 5, so that we aren't under the purview of strong mayor powers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dubik.
Thank you, Chair. So I ran for a position on council because in my mind, this is a collaborative and democratic process. You know, municipal council is where we don't toe the party line, and, you know, we have the ability to bring independent sort of thought, and we bring in the community voice, you know, and each one of our votes matters. And so I think what is happening here with the strong mayor's powers is it continues, and this isn't just the first action by the province, but I think it's a series of actions where it continues to chip away at the democratic process. And to me, it's part of a bigger scheme. And to me, that is alarming. I do believe that in the wrong hands, these powers can tear down and not build up council and the community. There is a growing number of municipalities, that are voicing their concerns about strong mayor powers. And I do agree with Councillor Wickens and with Councillor Lowhead that we too have the opportunity to voice our concerns, even though, the powers are being bestowed upon us by the province. But, we as council have the voice and the power, to state our displeasure, to state our position, to say no. I over the past few days, was just Googling to see the response of other municipalities, and it's a growing list of municipalities that are sending a letter and asking the province to repeal the legislation or to offer an option for municipalities to opt out. And I would be in favor of this council doing that as well. There's examples of municipalities within our county itself, who are already writing these letters and putting these motions in place and beyond. So it is a growing list of municipalities that are voicing this, and to stay silent on the process of chipping away, at our at democracy. I don't want to be complicit to that. I too have been thinking over, I guess over the past many months, of decreasing the number of council members at this council before even this magic number of 6. As in terms of democracy numbers, etc. And I too would, I think would consider moving down to 5 council members. Now, of course, this is done with a stroke of a pen, so the province could, switch this up with a stroke of a pen in terms of that magic number. And, again, while I say it's a magic number, there was no thought, when we ask about sort of why 6 or more, we're not getting a clear answer. So there's no deep thought for, in terms of this number, but so it's to me, it's disappointing, and it's very disappointing in terms of how this was rolled out. So again, this is another, piece of legislation that was, bestowed upon us with such a short window to respond, and with no consultation, So it's disappointing. And I would ask our council to consider writing a letter to the government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a question for perhaps our CAO or perhaps clerk. Is there a threshold of where you go from 5 to 7 councillors, or is it up to each individual municipality? Just thinking about the workload that 7 of us have now, to go to 5 would greatly increase that workload. It would almost get to the point where it's pretty much a full-time job. But CAO Gavin?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I believe it's at council's discretion.
Okay.
So it would obviously have to be done prior to the next election.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Chair Allen. I've been having a lot of fun on the Roma and AMO board, and part of the work that AMO is undertaking right now is called the Healthy Democracy Project. And the premise is to really try to work on civility in democracy, civility at the municipal table, encourage more people to run, encourage people from different backgrounds to run so that there's better representation at a council table. The province just reintroduced the code of conduct legislation to that's been requested for many years by AMO, by Roma, by municipal leaders. The last 2 years at AMO, we have had council members and mayors stand up at the Bear Pit and pretty much demand that the province move forward with code of conduct legislation. All of that is being done to strengthen municipalities. The premise of the strong mayor powers is to, in my opinion, throw a wrench into that civility of the table. There's only one reason to use the powers, and that's to go against the majority of council. If the majority of council wants to do something, and then the mayor has the power to veto. And to what Councillor Wicken said, the premise of that being is provided it's within the province's interest, and it's not against the province's interest. And so, you know, I spoke to this during the training session we had at the county. Grey Highlands is very fortunate in the council that we have. Last term of council, we had a fantastic council that represented lots of people across. We have a fantastic council again now. It is not this council, this term, the people who are sitting here now that concerns me. This kind of legislation encourages a different philosophy and a different person to run for mayor of a municipality, with the premise of, hey, if I run for mayor, I now have powers to reorganize the municipality. I have powers to remove the CAO because I don't like the way the CAO has been doing something. I have powers to remove directors. I am grateful to the council that we have right now because of the relationship that we have. I think we're a very strong council. It is the election and how this powers can get rolled out. And I think Councillor Wickens, your analogy of the wild oats does ring true in terms of this is something that is here. We can ask the province to change its mind or to not further this legislation, but the reality is the province gets to mandate this. Our council, along with 169 others, receive the powers without request, without accepting, they were given. And those powers will be here and sit here until the moment when they are used. And there are, through sitting at AMO and Roma, there have been situations that have been described where use of the strong mayor powers could be considered beneficial. Predominantly in a situation where NIMBYism is preventing housing developments and you have members of council, refusing to allow a development to go forward because of NIMBYism pushback. But that is a very unique situation considering what the powers actually offer and allow. So it is unfortunate that the province rolled them out without consultation. It's unfortunate the province rolled them out without trying to get a better judge as to how it would impact. I talked to a few different municipal colleagues at OSAM and through Roma and AMO. I do think that there's a difference in how these powers and how my biggest concern being the impact on the council table and the relationship that a council has and how that impacts in a rural municipality or a smaller municipality versus a city. So, we have a true connection to our community. There's only 10,000 people in our community. The majority of us know lots of the different community members, lots of the different community groups. We are all over and all through this municipality, and all of us have a passion for Grey Highlands. And in the city where, one council member might represent 20,000 people individually in a ward, there's a difference in how you're connected to the people. I just see these powers as really throwing an unnecessary fracture into a municipality, into how a council operates. And that's really my biggest concern.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Chair Allen, for you. I mean, again, I mentioned that we weren't given any choice in this situation. Certain councils have chosen to delegate those powers back to council and the CAO where it's appropriate and can be done. It remains to be seen how this council chooses to operate. I feel that the kind of thing that the deputy mayor's talked to, and advancing these provincial priorities, especially when it comes to housing. We've all talked about the need for more housing and available housing, things like that. And so, it aligns with that goal that we have, but there's lots within the strong mayor powers that concern me, especially when it comes to directing staff and directors and CEOs and, the budget, the mayor's budget, the mayor preparing a budget. I'm in a small rural community. I don't think that's possible in a large municipality like Toronto, where the mayor has staff that can do that sort of stuff, independent of the senior management staff, I guess. But we're not structured that way. I don't know, I didn't really give any consideration to the size of council, but I share some of the concerns that Chair Allen mentioned, that there's a lot, Grey Highlands is growing. Our workload isn't going to get any smaller as councillors. So again, I guess how we choose to move forward under this relies up to this group and our mayor. Okay, thank you.
Mayor McQueen.
Really don't have a lot of comment other than this was proposed back in 2022 when I was on AMO. And I don't know, you probably aren't able to answer this, Councillor Nielsen, if you've had discussions at the AMO board table, but I would have thought that this would have came through that process. It did back in 2022 when it started. And it started, I think, in the presentation that was provided at the county's training, that it came back and it was provided to the city of Toronto and the city of Ottawa. It was expanded 3 different times. So probably from the smaller municipalities not being aware of it was probably fair, but it was legislated. And I remember having that conversation with Steve Clark back in AMO, probably around 2022, that he did say it was going to be in phases. And I know you can't talk about it, Councillor Nielsen, but I'm sure there's probably conversation that has been at AMO. And I know when I was on the AMO board, it was split. I can say that now because I'm no longer in AMO. So there was discussion back then that this conversation did happen. I was just looking up the article on the Collingwood today with regards to this discussion. Said the town of Collingwood and the motion that was there. That now this was prior to the, I think, the opportunity to have comments sent to the province. But I sort of disagree. I think there is something to do with funding and where positions municipalities do take. I know during the 2010 to probably 2009 to 2018, the Green Energy Act was in place. We took a very strong stand as a council at that time. We applied 3 times for funding for our water tower, and we know where that went. There's no proving that there's a tie to it, obviously not. But I did have a conversation briefly with our representative, our MPP, Paul Vickers, and about, and obviously he was just following in line with probably the government itself, but so I don't know. I certainly agree with the conversation with the way everything in my years of being on council it's through consensus moving forward, and it has been that way. I don't know if anything's going to change because the legislation is there, it's in place. I guess it depends on each individual, but I will say that I think you're going to find, and it was made comment that you will find a different election cycle. I think you're going to find that yeah, there's going to be maybe a different agenda on certain individuals maybe running on that part. I don't see this, personally, I don't see this going away because I think it all came back to that first slide, I think, from that second slide on that presentation that was presented to that training session, where it falls back to Doug Ford, and Rob Ford was the mayor of the city of Toronto, and we all remember that time, and right or wrong, it was quite a time at the time in the city of Toronto, and obviously the mayor of Toronto at the time, Rob Ford, was highly elected at that time because of his changes, I guess. I'm not certainly not reinforcing how or why that happened, but obviously that we all realize where that came from. But I think Doug Ford was on council at the same time, I think, as Rob was the mayor, which, you know, sort of rolled up through there. I see some of the other mayors making statements and stuff like that, but you know, the funny thing I got out of that training, and I did get a lot of that training yesterday, and I thought that was, and this is the first, there's going to be a lot of clarification and a lot of information come forward. I think even in this report, it does sort of show a bit of a flow chart, but you know, a mayor can make that stand that, well, I'm not going to use the power, but they can turn around and change that at any time. So, you know, I think it does, I'll tell you, as me as the mayor of Grey Highlands, it's put a tremendous amount of pressure on me. If you saw the Facebook posting last week, which was unfounded, I did not advocate for this, or did I support this, but I was the recipient of a lot of comments, which I felt was very unfair. And I'm glad it was taken down. I mean, one comment on there, envelopes of money, like, and some of my integrity and my, you know, years of being on council. I was first elected 31 years ago. I have in my 28th year. I found that why should I be even here at this table when you get comments like that? It's pretty disheartening. So anyway, I think that, and I think it was interesting that Mayor Horvath, who was an NDP leader on the provincial side, has used it for housing. And I think the example that was there was surplusing municipal property for housing, which I don't think anybody would argue that. But obviously there are circumstances, and I think, you know, so do I have an agenda? I certainly do not have an agenda as the mayor, again, but realistically, I don't see it going away. We all know this is the third term of this provincial government. Right or wrong, it was there. Other municipalities had it, and the only thing I will say is there ways of leveraging it for financing a benefit for this municipality? That's the only thing I can think of. Is there a way? Because housing, and I did talk about, and I listened to that very carefully, that training session that was, well, with the exception of 48 minutes of how they did the vote. And then they got to the slide presentation, which I should have skipped ahead, but it did say that it's not the same. It did reference to the strong merit powers of the states, United States, but this is somewhat scoped. The veto powers, it is confusing. I'll tell you, it's going to be very confusing moving forward, as you probably caught my reaction to putting it toward the mayor's budget. You know, there are options there that the mayor can certainly go through the same process, which, you know, I don't see why I wouldn't do that. Anyway, I don't have the right comments. It's not something that I advocated for or you know, was, you know, but it's on my lap as the mayor, as other 169 municipalities, right? So.
Okay, thank you. As you say, the powers have been given to you. We can't give them back, but then, as the deputy mayor said, this council is good council, getting along. I've only been on 3 terms, but I think this is the longest any of those terms or any of those groups of people have gone, and still getting along. Yeah, so it's, I think that comment says it all, that the deputy mayor's comment that we don't have to use it. We're getting along. We like the way the process is, and we're likely to keep going that way. So. Okay, any other discussion? Are we going to just receive this for information, or does Somebody want anything else added? Councillor Dubik.
So just a point, like, so again, like, at the end of the day, this was forced down onto us, by the Ontario government. You know, so I'm happy to receive it for information. And, you know, maybe this isn't at the right point in time, you know, for this comment, but I would like to come back with a motion, for there to be a letter sent to the Premier and Minister Flack, you know, about our position, you know, about you know, these about the strong mayor powers, and asking for the ability to either opt out, and or, you know, to just, you know, to retract them.
Well,
So I think that
I
would
think-
come, would that come as a just looking to the clerk, maybe would I have to come back for a motion, or what is the best process to move on that?
I think if you don't do it now, it's gonna have to come back as a notice of motion. So I think this is the ideal time to do it.
Okay, so then I will do it at this point in time here, is to you know, is to create a letter. I did have some wording. I'm just trying to see if I still have it. To ask the province to repeal the legislation or offer an option for municipalities to opt out.
Okay. Anybody like to second that? This is an amendment to the main motion. Councillor Lowhead is seconding that. Any discussion on the amendment? Deputy Mayor?
Just the amendment is, sorry, Councillor Dubik, a little vague. I think your amendment is saying send a letter on our position, and I think there should be a bit more clarity as to what you're trying to say.
Exactly. So that's why I was wondering, like, you know, if this is the right moment, but the purpose of it would be to write a letter, you know, to the province, with the ask to repeal the legislation or offer an option for municipalities to opt out.
Deputy Clerk Thompson, you have comment?
Thank you, Chair Allen, through you. I did draft a little bit of an amendment as council's conversation was ongoing. I could read that out, and if the mover and the seconder were in favor of adopting that wording, that would be at their discretion. That the main motion be amended to add, and that the Council of the Municipality of Grey Highlands formally opposes the expansion of strong mayor powers to include Grey Highlands. And that council requests that the province amend OREG 530/22 to remove the municipality of Grey Highlands. And that council requests that the province create a mechanism whereas councils can request removal from OREG 530/22. And that council directs staff to forward a copy of this resolution to Minister Flack, Premier Ford, MPP Paul Vickers, AMO, AMCTO, and all municipalities in Ontario.
Okay, so my only thought in there, I think you said you asked them to repeal, and then did you say and or give an option to opt out?
Thank you, through you. So the wording was that Grey Highlands formally opposes the expansion of strong mayor powers to include Grey Highlands. That the province amend the regulation to remove the municipality of Grey Highlands. And that the council requests that the province create a mechanism whereas councils can request removal from the regulation.
Okay, so you're asking for us to be removed and an option for other municipalities to be removed or to opt out. Okay, great. So are the mover and seconder okay with that wording? Councillor Dubik and Councillor Lowhead? Yep, okay. Discussion on that amendment, Mayor McQueen?
Just an observation, I would say on Friday, The Minister of Municipal Affairs did speak, Minister Flack. I'm sure you missed it, but the day before, there was conversations in their room. He spoke, he never talked about it, but there was no questions, and I thought that was interesting. The minister was there, and nobody asked a question about the strong mayors, because he did take questions. He did. Well, yes, I think he did answer some. I think the lady from the Middlesex, or somewhere there, I thought that there was, because he stuck around. He hung around, but I thought there were some questions.
Well, we're getting
No, he was there and I just didn't see any conversation. I thought he asked for questions or if anybody have any comments, and I didn't think it was raised, because he did a speech and he talked, didn't raise it. But anyway, maybe I was wrong. I thought.
So comments on the amendment? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? Okay. It's carried. Main motion as amended. Do we want that read out? Maybe we should, just for the public's. Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Chair Allen, through you. The main motion as amended, moved by Deputy Mayor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Dubik.
Oh, okay, so. Okay, so but right, okay, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
That council receive report CLS.25.13, strong mayor powers for information. And that the council of the municipality of Grey Highlands formally opposes the expansion of strong mayor powers to include Grey Highlands, and that council requests that the province amend OREG 530-22 to remove the municipality of Grey Highlands. And the council requests that the province create a mechanism whereas councils can request removal from OREG 530-22, and that council directs staff to forward a copy of this resolution to Minister Flack, Premier Ford, MPP Paul Vickers, AMO, AMCTO, and all Ontario municipalities.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to put our CAO on the spot here and ask if you have any concerns with this motion. Because there was the discussion about it could affect funding, that type of thing.
Thank you, Chair Allen, through you. On the spot. I mean, it's arbitrary. I don't know what the province is thinking of at this point in time, and I don't think anybody around the table is able to predict that. You know, through my research since the announcement, I've seen different varying responses to this. Some municipalities, the mayor has delegated authority to the CAO and to council respectively in whatever capacity. I think we were told in the training that the budget portion couldn't be delegated to council. So that budget is the mayor's budget under strong mayor powers. So the answer really is I can't predict that. I think I'm just trying to say that this government is unpredictable. So you know, there's people who are accepting it and people who aren't. I guess it would depend on the amount of pressure that is put back onto the minister's office.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowhead.
Chair Allen, I think I'd just like to say that, you know, if there's an idea that our opposition to this legislation might affect provincial funding, that's all the more reason to oppose it.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Recorded vote, please.
Okay. Okay, a recorded vote has been requested.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Allen. A recorded vote was requested by Deputy Mayor Nielsen. Your position, Deputy Mayor Nielsen.
In favor?
Councillor Wickens.
In favor.
Councillor Allwood.
In favor?
Councillor Dubik.
In favor.
Councillor Lowhead.
In favor?
Mayor McQueen.
In favor?
And Councillor Allen.
In favor.
By a vote of 7-0, that motion has carried.
Okay, thank you. That ends my, trying to get rid of this. There we go. My section, so I'll turn it back to you, Mayor McQueen.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen. And I think at this time we should take a lunch break at now 12:40. So I don't know, 1:20? Like 3/4 of an hour. Yeah. Okay, so we'll come back at 1:20 and there is going to be a alarming phone. So at 12:55, so they say. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody had an enjoyable lunch. If not, I guess, so what? It's your own, it's your own fault, right? You're eating your spinach now too? You're working on that? All right, so moving on. So we're at 13 on our agenda. At least we're talking. That's good. So we have section is community service, and I'll pass the chair over to you, Deputy Mayor Nielsen, because you have some reports.
Thank you very much, Mayor McQueen. Just 2 items under my section of the agenda. Item number 1 is a request from Friends of Rocklyn Arena, installation of a sponsor recognition sign on the area arena exterior. Councillor Dubik will move the motion as written. Seconded by Councillor Wickens. The council received report CSP 2504, Rocklyn Arena sign for information. The council approved the request from the Friends of the Rocklyn Arena to install a 4-by-8-foot sponsor recognition sign on the south exterior wall of the Rocklyn Arena as detailed in this report, and the council directs staff to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Friends of Rocklyn Arena to outline the responsibilities of ongoing maintenance, content updates related to the sponsorship changes, and to confirm that all associated costs will be borne by the Friends of the Rocklyn Arena. So moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding the report? Oh, Councillor Dubik.
Thank you. Just a quick confirmation. So as per the report, there was direct conversation with the Friends of the Rocklyn Arena being represented by Dave Clark. Is that correct? Just a question to staff.
Just give us a moment, Councillor Dubik. Sorry about that, Councillor Dubik. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving along to 13.2, demolition of 11 Toronto Street North. CEO Govan.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen, through you. I would suggest that council defer this to after the closed session, because we do have an item on the closed session that relates to it that could impact your decision.
Mayor McQueen will motion to defer until after the closed session, seconded by Councillor Allwood. Any questions or comments regarding the deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Mayor McQueen, chair is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and that was pretty short and sweet there, but moving on to item 14, environmental services. I'll pass the chair over to Councillor Dubik for a report.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're on item 14.1. The council received report ENV.25.08 Brackenbury Lawler update for information, and the council approved the additional project cost of $93,000 to be funded with Ontario Community Infrastructure Funds, and that council changed the funding source of $154,637 as approved in the 2025 capital budget from debenture to Ontario Community Infrastructure Funds. May I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Wickens and the Deputy Mayor. So the floor is open for discussion. And this additional funding is due to some additional reports requested by the ministry and of course the LID solutions that was requested by council. So I'm not seeing any discussion questions. Okay, we'll take that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dubik. So moving back to our agenda, 15, motions for which notice has been given is none. Notice of motions, Councillor Lowhead, 16.1, but I don't see, other than the one line that says Councillor Lowhead, Bruce Gray, Poverty Task Force appointment. Well, then I'm really confused because 15 would say motion for the which notice has been given. That would be like if this was on next week. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just in the procedural bylaw, motions for which notice has been given, there's already been the notice, so therefore the motion is going to hit the table. Notice of motions is Councillor Lowhead giving a notice that he's going to provide the motion at the next agenda.
So if we're looking at 15, that would be next meeting's motion that's coming forward. Okay, all right. Well, I think, so then if somebody was making a notice to make a notice for the next meeting to be placed on the next council meeting, that would have been on 15. No, where would, so we don't even bring it up on an agenda anymore. I think we need a notice of motion to go back the way it was. Council Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Through the procedural bylaw, we did change it, and there has been conversation already about changing it back, and any one of us can move that notice of motion. However, this is being stated as such, that Councillor Lowhead has sent his notice of motion in writing to the clerk's department previous to this meeting. Here it is saying notice. At the next council meeting, we'll actually get to that one, and we have until Friday to give our notice of motion in writing to the clerk's department for the next council meeting.
We'd say all 6 of us should put a notice of 7, put notice of motions in. Anyway, moving on. Thank you for that clarification, Deputy Mayor. All right, so on the consent agenda, there are 9 items. Are there any of those wish to be pulled for separate conversation? I will be pulling 17.9. Anybody wish to pull that, Councillor Dubik?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we can pull so CDAC, so 17.2, 17.3, the heritage. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any others to be pulled other than you can have general conversation or? Okay, if not, can I have a motion then to for the items for consent be approved? Can I have a motion for those? Councillor Allen, second by Councillor Allwood, that the items on the consent be approved with the exception of 17.2, 17.3, and 17.9. Any discussion on those items, which you can still have different than the county? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, Councillor Dubik, 17.2.
Thank you. At the last Community Development Advisory Committee meeting, so we had a discussion, a continuing discussion about the banners and the efforts that each of the hamlets are doing in terms of creating banners and getting them erected. And so, so for example, in Priceville, they already have done that in the past. They have already done that, and you see these lovely banners welcoming, visitors and residents with a nice image, of Priceville on these banners. And so every community is now having those conversations, and there is a motion where the communities each would like to have a little bit more information about how to the cost and how to get these erected and installed. So there is a motion that council directs staff to provide the following information to the subcommittees of CDAC relating to the community flags for fundraising purposes. Costs per vinyl overlay, costs per flag installation, including hardware, current inventory of flag hardware, and current inventory of flags per community. So I'd like to put that motion forward, please.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor? Discussion. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Perhaps adding council as part of this. so that the report would come back to council. So we're aware of all this. I think the motion is just saying that we direct staff to provide all information to the community groups. And that it might be useful for council itself to know the same information. So I may make the amendment that we add council to the motion, and then a report come, that council direct staff to provide a report to council on these things, and then it becomes just public knowledge, and then all the groups would just be able to access it from the council meeting. Now I'm changing and not actually clarifying a motion here, and poor deputy clerk is like, stop talking.
Okay, so you're moving an amendment to add council in circulation. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Dubé? So the amendment's on the floor for the main motion. Any questions, discussion? Everybody understand the amendment? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. And we'll go back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion on that? I think Councillor Dubé explained it. Go ahead, Councillor Elwood.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I believe the, the program for the banner and installation was a budget item that was approved at some point in the economic development world. I can't remember the exact item. The concern that I heard coming back from various community members was the content of the banners and getting involved in the design of it. I believe, I'm not sure why, the installation costs and things like that. But I don't see anything in there about content. I just wondered whether the mover would like to comment on that.
So I'll follow up. I see two hands. I'll go to Councillor Dubé first. Go ahead, Councillor Dubé.
Yes, so we did have a good conversation about content, about what actually goes onto the banners as well. So right now, the director of the museum has been working with the Flesherton community, designing the banners. So this is because, it was described to us as this becomes a good template of maybe how the, once these Flesherton banners get designed, then it becomes a good template for the other hamlets in terms of designing, their banners. Peter is a very good creative, and he does have experience, in sort of this area. And from what I understand, and maybe Councillor Ellen could provide more color on this, as he probably has been maybe to those meetings, but I think it's been a very good collaborative process, and I'm hearing that the outcome is everybody is pleased with the outcome.
Councillor Allen, do you have any? Oh, Madam CEO. Sorry. Okay, Councillor Allen, and I'll come back to you.
Yeah, the Flesherton Beautification Committee came up with some ideas. Peter at the museum mocked them up, showed them to us, and we narrowed it down to a few designs. So that's what Flesherton is going to do, but each community will choose their own design to be added to the base, the Grey Highlands part, welcome to Grey Highlands logo, that has to stay. So this is just for the start.
Along with Home with Chris Neal.
Could do that too.
But, okay, I got a comment about him a bit later. Go ahead, Councillor Elwood, follow up.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you. So nothing comes back to council. It just at this point, it's just a discussion with in case of Flesherton, the beautification committee's recommendation to staff, or how does that work? I'm just thinking the Jubilee banners and the process went through to get those involved. I see the CEOs raised their hand, so I'll stop talking.
Yeah, I knew the CEO had to speak. Go ahead, Madam CEO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McQueen. I was going to stop because Councillor Allen did address part of it, which was the template. But I would suggest we do have a communications department who deal with our colors, our styles, our standardization of how things look. And I think that would be the appropriate staff member to contact, just to have a look at the design, the overall design. But I understand from a historical standpoint, Peter from the museum would be the best person to ensure that it is of historical significance for each individual hamlet.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. And when the beautification committee makes a decision, then it'll be on our minutes and it'll come to council and have final approval. We don't have the authority to tell staff to get these printed or anything like that, so.
Okay. Councillor Alwood, anything to follow up?
No, just that it would come back through the minutes to council, and council would have the opportunity to direct staff to follow up on the beautification committee's recommendation. I suppose is what I'm hearing. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion on the motions on the floor as amended? All in favor? That is carried already. Next one, I think Councillor Dubik, you pulled, they flipped the page. Sorry, Councillor. Oh, sorry, Madam Deputy Clerk.
My apologies for interrupting, Mayor McQueen. That was the amendment that council voted on. We would still need to vote on the main motion as amended.
I thought we had to vote for the amendment because I was pretty quick.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Oh,
Yeah, I was.
my
pretty quick.
apologies.
No, not a problem. I've made the same mistake, don't worry. Yeah, not a problem. Okay, 17.3, Heritage Grey Highlands Committee meeting minutes, Councillor Dubik.
Yes, so thank you. There is a recommendation that the Grey Highlands Committee has forwarded. So that council approve for the Heritage Grey Highlands Committee Chair to work with the Markdale Jubilee Committee for the purpose of offering guided heritage walking tours of Markdale as part of the Markdale Jubilee celebrations in 2025.
You want to move that?
I am moving that, yes.
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor Alwood. Discussion on, just gotta get to it. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. Oh, sorry, Madam Deputy Clerk. You trumps you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Thank you through you, Mayor McQueen. I just want to confirm that the motion to receive the minutes for information is also included in this motion.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
I guess we assumed that, but yeah, good point. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. I'm just wondering why we need this motion. So motion is asking us to direct a volunteer person to volunteer their time for a different committee that is not under council's control because we separated it from council's control. I just don't understand the need of the motion.
Yes, so we did have this conversation at the committee as well, if we actually needed the motion or not. But it was advised at the end of the day that it would be best to move it forward. And I'll just look to our clerk here or our CAO, maybe just to provide a little bit more context on that.
Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you. So the chair of the Heritage Committee would be working outside of the mandate of the Committee of Council. So they would need approval from council to do that work.
Councillor Wickens, did you have were you volunteering?
No, I was not, but the question I was going to ask is who is going to lead these tours?
Councillor Dubik. I got to go back to you because you're bringing a motion for it.
So I think they will, so I don't necessarily know at the end of the day who would do that. For example, Nancy could be a good option. However, I'm sure that the group will decide upon what the tours are, the context of the tour, and then who will actually guide them.
So my times on the Heritage Committee, volunteer people who were on the committee or people knew the area would do it, like Dave Wiley did. Kimberly, we had the elderly person from Maxwell one time did the tour, Mr. Long. So we usually somebody that knows would be the person that would do it, right? So Councillor Alwood.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you. So, I mean, this is actually a Jubilee event, and we reached out to the Heritage Committee and Nancy Matthews in particular, since she has a history, a lot of knowledge and history, and has organized what we're working to. So she's working with Robert Reed from the Jubilee Committee to organize that event for sometime in June. We don't have a date yet. We're just coordinating it with Nancy. But it's actually a Jubilee event. It was in the minutes that were attached to one of our agendas recently, and our next Jubilee meeting is the 26th of May, but we hope to have made some progress by then.
I remember having a tour in Markdale. I think Stan Baker was on that one tour when I was on the Heritage Committee. Any other discussion on that? Certainly people with knowledge. So Councillor Wiggins, you're not volunteering. Raise your hand.
No, and if Deputy Mayor Nielsen was to lead the tour, I would not attend.
Anyway, I guess I shouldn't digress. Okay, so motion's on the floor. We moved in a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, I'm gonna pull 17.9. Deputy Mayor, will you share?
Certainly, Mayor McQueen. 17.9, pardon me for 1 second as I scroll down, is the fourth Concession B Correspondence. Mayor McQueen, you received a letter you want us to know about.
Yeah, let me just pull it up here. Yes, I received a letter. I think I circulated it to all of council prior to it being on the agenda. I was contacted back in, as you see the date on the letter, March 30 or March 20th, but I said, we'll forward it to mayor and council, but I didn't receive it. And so it was resent again a few weeks back, which I had forwarded to the clerk to and then asked to put it on here. So the individuals, you see where there's a few individuals that have signed it. I know I had a call from Mr. Govinlock, I think Councillor, yeah, I think Councillor Allen did. I don't know if anybody else had received calls. So I said, well, send something to council in an email. I did speak to Mr. Metzger last week. I said, if you want to speak to this, it's on the agenda. You got 3 minutes. He wasn't here. I gave him a call this morning, heard nothing. I know it's a busy time with farming and stuff, but anyway, so I guess to you, Mr. Chair, this was something that came out of the budget process. And I know that I took a drive down this road a few weeks back, and I know it is starting to get tired. I don't know if anybody else has driven the road. There's still a surface there, but it's been down for quite a long time. And I know, Deputy Mayor, you are asking staff for a policy on moving forward with our surface roads. But I will say that I think generally the understanding from the amalgamation that we would maintain our hard surface roads to what they were today. So I guess what I'm asking for is a deferral on the decision on this road on two aspects. One, till that report comes back to sort of have that discussion on, what's in, what's out, why, whatever. I think it needs that. And number two is from what I gathered, and I can't speak to anybody else, there was a little bit of a shock on all of a sudden this decision to do that. So I think in fairness to the public, I think there needs to be the discussion on the notice of motion that you're asking for, and a further discussion maybe of council. I don't know if we are going to do a road tour this year or not. It would be good if all of council. I did drive the road. It's been down for quite a long time, but I think in the sense of service and I don't know what you call it, level of service. I think a pause was something we do need to maybe at least hear back from these individuals, but go through that rationale to what's in, what's out, and reasons why. So I am going to move a motion, Mr. Chair, that we receive this information and that we defer decision on, I think through the budget was ripping it up and putting an application of gravel until we have discussion on the policy. It's coming back to, I forget how that was worded, Mr. Chair.
The report to come back.
Yeah, what was it? How was it worded?
It was worded for the staff to come back with a report on maintaining a policy on maintaining gravel roads and deciding when to and when not to.
Right.
Utilizing traffic data and other stats. So
I move that motion. So that wording of that.
Okay, before I look for a seconder, I'm just going to look to Deputy Clerk, because it's a procedural question. A motion that was moved, so the budget was passed a couple months ago. As long as there's no action on the motion the action could be deferred. I'm just trying to understand, Mayor McQueen, just pardon me for a second as I try to understand the procedural of your motion. So direction was given in budget 2 months ago. If budget is, or if actions have already been taken in direction of that action, then we can't really defer it because it's already started. I don't believe it has. So we're looking to defer the action that was given. We're not looking to reconsider it. We're just deferring it until a report has come. So, first meeting, Deputy Clerk. Thoughts on the procedural validity of the motion to defer this action from the budget cycle?
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor Nielsen. I don't have the resolution in front of me to provide that information to council. I would like some time perhaps to look into that.
Mayor McQueen, just because I fully understand what you're trying to do. I'm just trying to make sure that we can do it procedurally because you're trying to defer a motion that's already set. You're not reconsidering it or anything.
Not at
So
this point, no.
if it's okay with you, we've already deferred one motion till after the closed session. Perhaps we defer this one to maybe have a chance to get a bit of clarity on what the original motion was to make sure that we can do this. So just look to motion to defer until after the closed session.
And just before we go for that motion to
Yeah,
defer, just
yeah,
a further, I think part of the policy that you're looking to come back would be the process of going through. I hope there would be a process of going through the public. If you're going to change a hard surface back to gravel, that there would be a process. And that's sort of what my thinking is here is, I think if you read the letter, people were a little shocked. And I think generally maybe because it was an unwritten rule that we just maintain what we have for surfaces, right? If it's a hard surface, you maintain that. It does go into another hard surface road, which is Port Law Road, right? So anyway, I just think that in fairness to the individuals, and I think if we were all put in that same position as individuals, we would be probably as shocked as everybody else, right? In fairness, the road is getting tired. I think it probably could last one more year, but I understand that the process would be to remove it and put it back in the gravel, because I think originally it was proposed in the budget to resurface it, grind it and resurface it, but council made that decision for sure. And all that stuff. So that, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, so motion to defer till after the closed session.
Okay, motion to defer until after the closed session. Can I get a seconder for that deferral? Seconded by Councillor Dubik. Any questions or comments on the deferral? Councillor Elwood?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you. I wondered if there's anybody on staff that could speak to if there's been any, has this project started? Have we gone out for request for tender?
I believe the transportation staff person we have in attendance is Manager Milner. Sorry, I just had to remember your title. Manager Milner.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor Nielsen, to Councillor Allwood. The project hasn't started officially. We are working on getting quotes to pulverize the road. And a couple council meetings ago, we did award the gravel. So it hasn't started in terms of pulverizing, but it has started in terms of getting prices and contractors all lined up.
Right. Thank you for that, Manager Milner. Mayor McQueen.
So I think the timing is well, we just came off half load, so it couldn't get here any sooner. And it was dated March 20th. And anyway, I couldn't find the email and I asked to send it again and I got it on here as quick as I could, right? So.
And I appreciate it, Mayor McQueen. And I appreciate the motion you're trying to move, and I'm not trying to prevent the motion. I'm just trying to make sure that the motion is itself in order with the procedure.
It would be mute if it's already removed, but it's not. So anyway.
Councillor Wickens.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just want to add, pardon me?
I said, I heard that you do like me.
Oh, yeah. Just want to add that if we reverse our decision, this is going to add almost 3% to our total budget to start with. It was over $400,000 to do this, to repave it. And at the behest of 7 people, council made a decision. And I don't know, it seems like if we make a decision and one person barks, we back away. So I think we should stick with it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Wickens. Currently, the motion isn't to change the direction. Currently, the motion is just to defer until we get further information. So, Mayor McQueen, did you see your hand come up back up again?
Well, I just think in the sense that this is a whole new direction. And my thought is if it was, not saying that's going to cost 400,000 to do it. I think it could last this year, in my opinion. you could get one more year out of it until there's maybe a little bit more of a conversation with the individuals that live on the road. I think this is a whole new, you know, to remove a hard surface. I don't disagree that, you know, it has, you know, went past, but you know, I drove around quite a few different roads and I see roads similar to that in other municipalities as well, but are pretty tired, but they're still there. So anyway.
Currently, we have the motion to defer on the table. We're kind of getting back onto the motion itself. So if there's any questions on the motion to defer, then we'll let that go. Otherwise, we're going to have this conversation after closed. So seeing no further question on the motion to defer, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is, any opposed? That's still carried, and we'll see we'll have the further conversation after closed session. Mayor McQueen, chair, back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So general announcements. And I apologize for the last council meeting. I had to leave because everybody was going for dinner and you were just getting your general announcements at the last council meeting, and everybody was going for dinner and I was being looked at, so I had to leave halfway through your presentation. I apologize for that. I will say that a few of us did attend the OSUM conference last week, and I think it was quite, I don't know, probably those that hadn't attended it before probably weren't sure. I think, Tom, you said you have never been to one, and they talk a lot about, well, they talked a lot about Collingwood, but I think you made that comment, right? Or somebody else made that comment, but it is a relationship to more small urban, and there was I thought there was some good speakers, especially on the Friday there with regards to Dan Matheson. He spoke about cybersecurity, and I understand talking to Karen, you've heard that same presentation as well. Really opens up your eyes in the sense of how vulnerable municipalities can be, and the conversation around, ironically, around getting council members and that individual that spoke with regards to how the last municipal election, I think it was down. I forget the percentage down on candidates running on Grey Highlands, but but anyway, the minister spoke. We had a few pictures with him. I don't know if anybody else has any comments with regards to OSUM, to what you thought.
I would just say, Mayor McQueen, that this was my first OSUM I attended, and while the topics were kind of general in nature, I didn't find that I took a lot out for Grey Highlands itself. I think the small urban is a bit of a stretch for what I would classify Grey Highlands as myself. And I have found that the Roma and OSUM conference definitely have more information at a bunch of different levels that I found more pertaining to specifically Grey Highlands. So yeah, it's a smaller conference and has more of a niche conversations. The cybersecurity definitely was a general conversation for any and all municipalities, and being a small rural municipality, perhaps even more terrifying. But I found kind of the majority of the topics wasn't broad enough in nature to.
Could be because it was in Collingwood too. But anyway, I mean, last one I attended was in Brantford. Councillor Allen and I attended that one. Really was last year. I didn't attend that one last year, and they're, you know, they move around a bit, but I mean, a big part is you probably, Jamie Garby was the chair, but sometimes it's Lynn Dolan, which is Innisfil, and so they sort of probably bring a little bit of their flair to that as well. Next year it is in Parry Sound. So anyway, from that, attended the Spring Cafe on Monday. Sort of recognized the previous clerk of Artemisia, and the 28-year sitting on the Friends of the Marg Russell, sitting on the Friends of the Library. I did add that little part about how she used to come here and report on council, and you probably remember that, right? Right. So that was sort of it. A good, great speaker at the. Escapes me his name. Yeah, and something. He's been there before. He spoke a lot. He does write a lot about the First World War, and thought it was interesting. It's about the stories. It is always about the stories. So that's what's coming to mind right now. Did attend last night the bylaw on the new tree cutting bylaw at the county. Going from a stump cut to maybe a natural cut. but a natural cut means it could be under 20 inches, I think it is for the stump size, and there's some debate on that. I did raise the part about maybe some exemptions because, well, as an ice storm could have more effects on cutting more. And then I had a conversation for somebody who left yesterday or last night, phoned me this morning, said also tornado or wind or beetles or something that kills trees. You might need certain provisions in a tree cutting bylaw as well. I think it was one thing that was in there that the fines are pretty high, and feeling was that maybe they're just a little bit, it's your forest, you're cutting it, $5,000 a tree might be a little high, but anyway. You attended it as well, Deputy Mayor, and I couldn't see, you know what, when we attend this on Zoom, we can't see who sits around the table. I couldn't see who was there on the table, which I think is a bit of a flaw. I'll leave that for my conversations. Deputy Mayor, do you have anything you wish to add? Sir Dubé. Oh, trivia.
Yeah,
Councillor
so,
Dubé.
yeah, so a majority of council did attend the trivia.
Separately
At
your
Rocklyn.
park?
Yeah, at Rocklyn, Saturday night. So it was organized by the Center of Grey Lions. So it, with the theme of Elbows Up and Canadiana. Given the fact that we did have a majority of council, at the table, our team name was appropriately called Quorum. And I think we held our own, and I think, we did well. We ran away with the first place. Yeah, we ran away with some Smarties. And so it was great. It was a great time, great to be out in Rocklyn. And I do thank Stephanie and the Grey Lions for organizing another great trivia evening for all.
No, it was a good time, and yeah, let's go ahead.
Mayor McQueen, and speaking of trivia, I will be hosting a similarly themed Canadian trivia night with the KCA at Kimberley Hall, and that's Tuesday, May 20th at 7 p.m. So I'm hopeful that Team Quorum makes a reappearance, although I'll be on the other end of the questions this time. And I hope that there are folks in the viewing public right now who are thinking about putting together a team. All the money goes towards the KCA for all of their many community betterment projects.
Is that the Friday before the long weekend?
The Tuesday.
Oh,
Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. I try to make my trivia evenings a little snappier, so I promise you'll be out not too late.
Okay. Right on. Any other announcements? Councillor Elwood.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Just, a successful home and garden show in Fletcherton, well attended. We had a successful prize winner for the Grand Passport Prize worth over $4,000 of sponsored prizes. Gentleman in Priceville won that. And an upcoming event, the King Edward Park Master Plan Charrette, happening Tuesday, May the 13th, 14th, Wednesday the 14th, and Thursday the 15th. There's a drop-in session on Wednesday that starts at 2 p.m. But the the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday also have a 6 p.m. public forum. So a list of stakeholders have been invited to engage with GPS, who's GSP rather, that's doing the running the charrette. But we look forward to having the results of that charrette and the master plan by the end of May. So things are moving quickly.
You're good. Okay. Councillor Dubé.
Thank you. So just a reminder that the Grace Novel Conservation Foundation is hosting the Earth Film Festival tomorrow night in Owen Sound. So please, if you're looking for a fun evening out, do consider that. At 6 p.m. is the silent auction. The film starts at 7 p.m. The film is All Too Clear Beneath the Surface of the Great Lakes. It is an excellent film using underwater drones. So an excellent opportunity to come out and support the foundation.
Okay, fantastic. Anything else? Singhampton Community Center will be having, I think it was mentioned before, they're having their Ram Romp, which is Saturday, May 10th. Dine on delicious leeks, pork and veggies and pie, served from 4:30 to 7:30. Adults are $22, students 20, and learner, whatever, all that stuff, but they've been doing it 38 years. And it's to raise money for the fire hall and the community, well, it was a fire hall, but it's a community center as well. And I know we did receive them, and I know we're waiting for a report back for the Singhampton group about money for their playground. But I see that yesterday on Facebook, Clearview has put money towards the equipment for the park. So I'll have to talk to Mayor Measures, Deputy Mayor, when you see him next to see what they provided. Anyway, we're waiting for a report from there, but again, a strong group on, I think we mentioned it when they came. Did they not mention the League Fest? They used to call it League Fest, but anyway, and then also just a preamble, and I think it was sent out, those that are available to help out, is the Ram Rodeo is on May 24th, 25th in the Feversham Park, 5th annual. So hoping to surpass our $180,000 pledge, whatever we made back, and I think we're at 150 now. So we're well underway. We have some new sponsors. Some sponsors decided not to sponsor this year, but just if you just Google Ram Rodeo and you come up and you'll first have Feversham, it has the whole schedule there. And although the events along with there's going to be a dance. No, 4 p.m. Yeah, there will be a dance on the Saturday night at the arena, which the Kinsmen sort of put forward. They're also putting forward a cowboy buffet breakfast on both mornings of the event as well. So I'm sure, I know you've been reached upon to if you're available. So it's been quite successful, and look forward to that event for sure. I don't know if there's anything else that I missed or anybody else missed. I'm sure we have, but anyway, we'll do something else. County Council on tomorrow. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Deputy Mayor, and we do have a public meeting Thursday night with regards to coyote and beaver bounty at 6 o'clock. If you have any comments there as well at the county. So, all right, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just one thing I might add in terms of the county is, I believe it is the 19th of May is the grand opening, or maybe it's that Saturday of the long weekend is the grand opening of the new dinosaur exhibit at Grey Ridge Museum.
Wow, that sounds exciting. Yep, Madam CEO, do you have one announcement that you talked to me about that you attended on Friday at the county?
Oh.
Because I know the rest of us couldn't attend. I thought maybe you might want to.
Yeah, my apologies, Mayor McQueen. I was going through my day on Friday and what happened. Yes, the county had a celebration for Kim Wingrove's retirement. Kim has been the CEO in Grey County for almost 10 years. So they had video showing the different events over the 10 years, some with masks and some weren't without masks. And they had some speeches, and what they did after the celebration, they went outside to plant a tree in the Grey County site in honor of Kim. And I believe that was a surprise because she really did seem surprised about the tree. But it was very well attended. Past wardens were there, CAOs and members of county staff. And yes, we wish former CAO Kim Wingrove a happy retirement, and we welcome the county's new CAO, who is Randy Schertzer.
And we also have a new deputy CEO who came from George and Bluffs. Do you remember his name?
Niall Loby.
No, right.
Yeah.
So he came, and so again, George and Bluffs are looking for another CAO in the last 10 years or whatever. But thanks, Karen, for bringing. I know quite a few of us. I know myself was at the OSM conference, and by the time it was over with, we wouldn't have got back up there in time. So thank you for attending on behalf of Grey Highlands. Okay, if there's nothing else to with regards to general announcements, I will need a motion to move into closed session, that council proceed into closed session, and I'm going to say give time for staff 2:15, okay? At 2:15 to discuss matters related to the following: disposition of land, section 239, I'm not going to read the whole motion. Also a proposed acquisition of land, section 239. Information from Hydro One, section 239. And that CAO Karen Govan and Acting Deputy Clerk Danielle Thompson remain in attendance. And also, we will be going over committee appointments, section 239 with regards to personal matters of identifiable individuals. And there's a list of individuals that we have to make a choice. I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor McQueen, through you. Just one slight amendment to the first three paragraphs of that motion, that Solicitor Ed Veldboom will also be in
Okay,
attendance.
yep, thank you for that. And then also for the second part that CAO Karen Govan and Acting Deputy Clerk Danielle Thompson will remain in attendance. So just the only change for the first part will be our Solicitor Ed Veldboom will be joining on that part. Okay, I need a motion. Mover, that's Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Wickens. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried, and that is 2:15. Thank you. We'll be back as soon as we can to the public. Okay, welcome back. And we did rise from in camera at 4:15. And that a closed meeting was held and only closed session items identified were discussed in closed session. And that staff proceed as directed, and that council approved bylaw 2025-038 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-103, 2022 to 2026 appointment bylaw, and to appoint members as follows: Heritage Committee, Heritage Grey Highlands Committee, Paula Durlard. Can I have a motion and a seconder for that? Councilor Deputy Mayor Nielsen, second by Councilor Wickens, to support that coming out. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, so we had two items that were deferred. And 13.2 was the first one, and that was from regards to the demolition of 11 Toronto Street North. And I could read the motion that's printed, but Madam CEO, do you wish to? Okay, the council receives report CD, sounds like I'm echoing, CSD 2505, demolition of 11 Toronto Street North for information, and that council directs staff to proceed and award the services. Oh, staff to procure and award the services for demolition and cleanup for 11 Toronto Street North through invitational requests for quotations, and that council authorized the cost of the demolition and the cleanup to be funded from the Asset Management Reserve Fund. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Allen, Councillor Wickens. Need my glasses. Any discussion on that resolution? I think it was decided because there's steel flying off the building that needs to be addressed. Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. All right, so going back to then the other item that was deferred, at this point, I'm going to pass the chair over to you, Deputy Mayor.
Fair enough, Mayor McQueen. So we're back to the fourth concession B correspondence. The question and reason for the deferral. Councilor Wickens.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor. During the recess there, I was apprised of some information that we may be already under contract with this project, and I will ask our CAO to explain in more detail.
Fair enough, Councilor Wickens. CEO Governor.
Thank you, Chair Nielsen, through you. So the award has been, the project has been tendered and awarded, and there are dates in there to commence the project. After discussion with transportation staff, we feel that it would expose the municipality to legal action. So the advice that we are recommending is that the project goes ahead for gravel, and then council reconsider the project to be paved in 2026.
So thank you very much, CEO Governor. That was with my concern with the motion is whether or not it was in order as direction was given and direction was carried through. It's hard to undirect certain elements. So to you, Mayor McQueen, CEO to Governor, suggest we can come back and do 2026 budget. Mayor McQueen.
Thank you for that information. I feel it's unfortunate that individuals didn't speak to this item on the agenda today that suggested that it's not me bringing it here, but there's actually that side of the people side of that. I understand that it would have been probably in that tender with regards to gravel volume, because it was mentioned at lunchtime that they still are looking for pulverizing. So is it in the tender volume versus the pulverizing? Because it was mentioned by Alicia that the pulverizing still hasn't been determined. Is that true?
CEO Governor. Yep, fair.
Thank you, through the chair. So gravel and calcium has been awarded with dates attached to it.
Mayor McQueen.
But that's not to site specific, that's to volume.
there was an addition to the gravel contract for fourth concession B. So when we received the
So it's
gravel
volume.
award, there was the gravel award for the area of the municipality that was getting
Right.
done. Then there was an additional awarding of extra gravel for fourth concession B.
But I think there's times where we maybe haven't fulfilled a volume of gravel because of certain circumstance. I would say that, and this is just my opinion, I would
Mhm.
say if it's specifically for a particular job, but if it's overall volume, because the overall volume has been awarded for the whole. I guess where I'm going back to is the process. I know this was an issue on, so 160? Was that the other road that we were looking at?
The other road that was being considered
Yeah.
was Road 170, I believe.
Was it 170? Yes, the
Yeah.
one just past, the old, Patterson's scrap metal place, yeah. And so there was a bit of a rewind there, and I think just in the process, I feel that from the people that live on that road, I just feel that it's a bit of unfairness, just in the sense of not having some warning that this is happening, and in the sense of all the options and people speaking to that, because this is a reversal of all the years in Grey Highlands of removing a hard surface road. And I know there's other hard surface roads that are in Grey Highlands, and I know you were asking for a policy to come back that sort of determines that, and I hope part of that policy would be a public process. So anyway, I just feel that it's early enough that I think I was asking for a pause to, for us maybe to, I don't know, do something different, but so I guess my question to you, Mr. Chair, maybe to Alicia is in the tendering process, was it just based on volume, and we don't have a tender out for pulverizing, do we?
Manager Milner, if you can.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, to Mayor Neil, sorry, afternoon brain, to Mayor McQueen. So the gravel tender is quantity. There was a line item specific to the fourth concession, and within that line item, we did specify a working window. And then our calcium tender had an additional quantity added to it to account for the work on the fourth concession, with dates included in it as well. The only thing that we have not awarded at this time is the pulverizing, and that's something that we can just get quotes for because we are under the threshold. So that is something that we were working on actually this week.
So I guess,
So through you, just, thank you, Manager Milner. I did recall from the tendering of the gravel that there were specific sections for this road. Mayor McQueen?
so I do realize that, and certainly gravel volumes and calcium, but I'm sure if I went back in the history of Grey Highlands, there's been times where we haven't fully, for whatever reason, or things get delayed, that we haven't fully utilized the full tendering process. I understand that it's been awarded and it's part of that, but I'm thinking on the people's side, I just think that there's a letter here that they've made the present communication to council. I just feel that we've missed a step.
Sure.
And I think anybody else would feel that way.
Yep, fair enough, Mayor McQueen. We do receive the letter, and we do recognize that there's individuals that live on the road. The decision was made as part of the budget cycle to reduce the level of service, and council as a whole moved forward with that decision. So at this time, I would just say that the motion to defer the action is out of order, as the actions have already been taken in the direction. Any other questions or comments regarding this one? We do need a motion to receive for information. Councillor Allwood, seconded by Councillor Wickens. Any questions or comments on the correspondence? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of receiving for information? Any opposed? That is carried. Mayor McQueen, chair is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So then we go back to the confirming bylaw, that the bylaw 2025-037 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on May 7th, 2025 be read first, second, and third time, and finally passed, that the mayor and the clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same, notwithstanding any contrary provisions of council. I need a mover and a seconder for those. Councillor Allwood, second by Councillor Wickens. All in favor? That is carried. Upcoming meetings are listed there. Town Hall Forum, Rocklyn. Geez, doesn't seem that long. We were there before. Anyway, okay. There's no other business. I need a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Allwood. All in favor? That's carried at, don't fool around when I got adjourned, 4:25. He winked his eye.